Okay, I'm back. I'm having technical issues. I don't know. They say I'm having problems with this. They say that uh, the mod folder might be causing an issue, so I'm gonna cut it, and I guess I'll take it somewhere else. I guess to my D file. I'll just cut it and I'll paste it to my D file, and I can always get back to it then. I think. Yeah, yeah, there. And that way, perhaps the mods are. I removed all mods. Is the next step. I removed all mods trying that. Hey, they changed animal dismemberment visuals. Oh, permanent death event drops the player's backpack again. Nice. I can't connect. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to do about this. I tried everything. At this point, well, can't connect. I guess I'll reinstall the game. That's something I could try. Uninstall this game. Fucking annoying. I don't know. Oh yeah, because I'm downloading. I'm like really fast too. Yeah. So anyways. So, well, I guess I play something else. I'll get on 76 to get my daily done. Play. Oops. Wait, did I actually get the fucking item? I think I did, right? Yeah, I think I did. I don't see how this is going to be any different. You're just going to fuck me again, aren't you? I think you are. Reinstall didn't work. Well, can't remember if I need to get my chest. Could try on GeForce Now, I guess. See if it connects somehow that way. I don't know. Maybe this will fix in a few days. I don't know. I'm gonna go put my mods back where they were. I don't think this is me. I'm not gonna do this to my stream. I'm not gonna stare at this game while it tries to load for hours. I don't know. Try again in a couple of hours. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. So I'm just gonna play my single player game, and because 7 days is something I want to do right now. I don't know why it's not letting me onto that server. It's fucking dumb. Did you crash? No. Oh, play offline. You black screened or something. Oh no, there we go. Do some work on my single player game because I don't know what else to do. Now you didn't load Mortal, I guess. Okay. Did you crash? Some kind of HDR change or something? Okay. At 7 o'clock, I'll check, and then at 8. What shall I have for dinner? Do I have anything that I need to eat? No, I don't think so. I've got milk and I should eat cereal, but why are you restarting Mortal over and over again? It's weird. Oh, jeez. Oh, Marlene. There we go. And get a bit more sound here. Look, it's so much better when it's offline. Look, it doesn't have all the DRM crap like totally fucking dragging it down. Look at how much fucking better that is. Damn. Anyways, I thought I would build underground, but I'm going to realize that that's just a hassle, and I don't need much space as a solo player, and I can go do stuff now. I can go do tier 1 clear, I guess. Oh no, I guess I turn in. Nice. Yep. Oh yeah, the arrows. Yep. And in about 10 minutes, I'll go check and see if I can get in on a server, but I don't know.
Congratulations. Here's your reward, sucker.
Well, I don't know. Coal might be really good, but I need the first aid bandages more than... Well, I don't know. I guess I can go... Oh, no, I'd have to do all the desert rigmarole. I want aloe vera, which is really annoying. Like, I need to go live right at desert, but not live there. Getting aloe is going to be insane. Maybe I should just kill stuff. Why won't you let me type? You're a piece of shit. What is your fucking problem? Let me control this fucking window. What is your fucking problem? What is your fucking problem? God damn, Windows is so goddamn dumb. Is it this thing? It's because you're not in Windows. You changed your video settings? No, you probably only changed the Windows setting. That's probably it. Drive me crazy with your stupid shit. There, see, no, and now, like, Discord's, like, fucking frozen or something. What is going on? Close Discord. Yeah, look, you erased all my fucking settings, which is gonna be so annoying. There. Full screen. DLSS, native, quality, texture, full, texture quality, ultra. Ultra plus, reflection off, low, low. Yeah, this is all the stuff that I had, I believe. I don't think I want the texture filter on ultra plus. I think it's, or I think I do, actually, I do. Grass distance doesn't have to be high. Water quality doesn't have to be high either. It's a low impact, though. Terrain quality, I think I do want to bump to high, though, which is annoying. And then, no SSAO is just garbage. We're definitely doing it because it sucks without it. And also, shadows are the same way. They should be a medium. That's the game that I want. And it's still, yeah, it's still playing well. Still playing really well. This window is not fit to screen. I don't mind that I reinstalled though, because it seems to be playing better. So I have a good base. It's gonna protect me. I could build another wall if I wanted to be super thorough, but I don't mind. So now we've got a tier 1 fetch. 900 meters the fuck away. Alright. Let's go try. It's gonna be fucking brutal. I fucking love the torch. Am I in combat? Is that why the music changed? The allotment's only like 15% of the day or something. Daily time allotted, yeah. So I would probably won't hear it very much. Right? Now, why won't you start mortal? Start mortal, motherfucker. Oh, I have a pipe rifle, huh? Okay. Oh yeah, I got some bullets now too, which is good. Don't I have a pipe pistol as well? Or did I scrap that? Yeah, I do. So, but got a lot of stuff on my bars, and I kind of want to go knives. I like knives. So I could do... I don't really want to do spear over knife, but it is a nice level 3 spear, which is good for early game. And the stone sledgehammer knocks them down, which is powerful. I'm hungry, and that's always a problem. I guess I should eat some Meow food or whatever in the can of miso. It's nice to be in single player mode where I don't, like, I can just follow my own pace. I don't feel like I'm running anybody else's timer or, like, you know, it's all on my own agenda. What was that? Oh. Oh. Crawlers are hard to stab. They're annoying. I want to see how long the bleed lasts. Let's see. Look, that bleed is actually genuinely good, but it's 50 points. So you want to stab him like 3 times, probably twice, like two or three to be fair. But that's probably a really good set of bleeds. It will kill him eventually. It's like it's just incredibly slow. Why is my music on? It's odd. Oh, because I turned on the music. Yeah, duh. Not bad. 72 arrows. I should be technically running in the grass and hitting grass for bandages at the very least. Yep, and I want to do some cloth fragments. 50 of them, yep, and then make me bandages. This is Toxic Wasteland, which is really not too good. You sent me to the Toxic Wasteland? Oh no, I can't do this quest. What? Why did you give me a tier 1 fetch in the other town? That seems insane. I mean, why? Oh. Die, Taurus. 2, 3, 4. Did he hit me? He must have. I just ate 2 cans of food. Why am I hungry? Oh. Reminds me of Mortal. You can see where Mortal got their stuff from. They just turned the difficulty up. Well, I mean, I can't go do that tier 1 fetch. Abandon. Fuck. I don't get to pick another quest, do I? I don't know. Let's go see. Alright, so... Master's going down all the way. And I'm going to leave my pig here. Oh, maybe I should feed him. Yeah, leave here. And, I want to check, live 7 days. Okay, and then we got 2 axes. I want to put my these cooking pots in here. I don't know why I have 2 cooking pots. I guess they're for running out, like, around with. And these bows, I'll keep them here. Not here, but I'll put those in the box. I should technically put the pig away, but, I mean, And I will chop wood. On me right now, I have a whole entire set, which I don't want. We will put it away. Off, 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 off. Helm, chest, left arm, right arm, bow, bow, legs, oops, legs, bow, switch, torch is fine. Yep, and then arrows, probably too many, so I'll come do like this arrow box. Dump arrows in there. Bandages. Gonna put the bandages back with the stack. Don't need bandages. And I'm down to 3 axes and nothing else. Yep. Real good. Oh, no, I have some arrows on me. I'm gonna take those off because the assumption is I'll probably die. Oh, maybe I should pause this when I'm not playing it so the time doesn't run. So yeah, that's everything. And then we strip down. We're going out to chop wood. Nope. Okay, we chop wood and we play 7 Days to Die. I'm going to go up in the 7 Days channel, but I'm going to save out. I mean, I know that his friend is not updated. No, I know I can't play tonight because until he patches. So, whatever. Do other stuff. I can't do anything now. Look, it's running a lot better in single player, and I want to bump the fucking graphics. Look, everything is in Ultra. Reflected shadows. Shadows quality. Let's just put it in Ultra. I mean, what does it matter? I don't really care. I don't care if it tanks my frame rate. It makes the game look a lot better. Whatever. Turn the object quality and the grass distance up, and I want the game to actually look good. Yep, all of it. Like, I think. We'll see. Oh, particles are off, and I don't know why. Yeah, there we go. And level of detail distance. Yep. It's an old game. I don't know why it wouldn't run. Now, Unity had an error, I guess, apparently. Or maybe it just has to reload the whole fucking thing. I don't know. Yeah, you did error. So that's okay. Just play. Maybe Vulkan. Oh, I don't know. Vulkan's a good renderer, though. Yeah, run it. That's fine. The game has nothing going on. It's not complicated. Oh. So Ron Mamdani humiliated Cuomo. I mean, I don't know. I think it's Republicans that have humiliated Democrats. Wow. Add to queue. Add to queue. We're going to do graphics on the main screen. We're going to play offline, and we're going to hit OK to load mods. Yep. And, yeah, I want you to run an all ultra. Did you save all that stuff? Get out of this. Cue that. Cue that. You're giving me a lot of, I don't want to play FBC Firebreak. I don't think it's very good. I don't know. It's probably fun. It's Remedy. But the Ballinger family have taken it too far. Oh no, this is that guy who's been fighting with Colleen Ballinger for years, and I think you should just leave her alone. My honest and unbiased thoughts on Scum version 1.0. Maybe I was too quick to judge this game. ABC Firebreak with Neo. I think it's probably not too good. Oh yeah, we were gonna watch Monster Hunter Wilds collapse is humiliating. The game, some of these games are running better, like totally fine. It's good. Play offline. Options, video, full screen's off, want you to sync this to the screen. DLSS is on, native AA. Maybe we do want the VSync on, huh? Yeah, VSync this game and then run it in Ultra, because nothing goes on in this game. Oh yeah, UI wallpaper background, and foreground. UI margin, FPS display scale, dynamic mesh, dynamic mesh. I want this game to run well, yeah. And then back, continue. Just want to remind myself of these insane settings. They're like insane. Yeah, everything here is insane. No, I don't want their fucking walk speed to be jog ever, because it's like I want them to have, yeah, like zombie ferals and stuff can be fast, but I want them all to walk. I don't want these zombies to be super fucking aggro. I want like the Rust zombie experience where I can just kill them because they're mindless, you know. I don't want them in my fucking face screeching and running at me all the time. I mean, I could do an XP deficit. It would be the actual normal setting, yeah. I'm okay with that. Start. Okay, I'm gonna dump and move. Game's looking the best it's ever looked. You can tell they're doing work on it. Okay, so I got that tree. I guess I'll move to this tree. Okay, prefabs. Let's run and see. Let's listen to the PDF.
The Liver King just got arrested for threatening Joe Rogan as we're trying to figure out what sparked this unhinged beef. The head of NATO just called Donald Trump daddy, but that's just one small reason.
What?
Huge NATO summit. Zoran Mamdani didn't just win in New York City. He buried Andrew Cuomo's comeback, as Cuomo had the name, the money, and the machine, but Mamdani had TikTok, a message, and people in the streets. But it's also not over yet. We're jumping into all that and much more.
It's not over yet?
New Philip DeFranco show, you daily.
How is it not over yet?
First, a quick announcement. The BD28 experiment that we did with beautifulbastard.com, it was such a success, we figured we gotta lean into this. So I'm very excited to announce another special test run for you, but this time it's over at
What is going on?
Along with our
The game is playing, but you will not let me steer?
Tanks and teas that are just $28. We're doing a special limited run right now of premium water.
I don't know.
So whether you want an awesome little one like this to let people know that you're clearly thriving, you want to let the world know that you may not mess with politics, but politics will mess with you in a, let's say, bigly fashion, you can right now at bb28.com. Get the link in the description for you and get what you want while you can, because again, this is a test.
Don't know
run.
what that was.
All of that said, we've got a lot to talk about today, starting with this. The Liver King just got arrested for making terroristic threats against Joe Rogan. And if you don't know who the Liver King is, he's this social media personality known for selling supplements, promoting what he calls an ancestral lifestyle, eating raw meat, and having just this big bodybuilder physique. You know, in the past, he had kind of been the focal point of some controversies, including how he denied using steroids, though it eventually came out that he was in fact spending tons of money on steroids to achieve his figure. But that then led to tons of criticism and backlash, and people calling him a fraud.
Liars. Republican liars.
He started posting an incredibly bizarre series of videos promising to pick a fight with Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out.
Why?
Man to man.
Nobody's gonna fight you, dude. You've been jacked up on steroids for 5 years. What the fuck are you talking about? You'd be stupid to fight you. Most men in the world can't fight you.
Joe Rogan, and I'm coming to Joe Rogan's town, Austin. I was here before.
Are you stalking Joe Rogan? Oh
Texas, that's my
no.
home. This week you
He wants to kiss Joe.
might need to worry about.
Kiss him, Joe.
Probably need to worry about Joe Rogan more.
I don't want to worry about Joe Rogan more. I think you're
Something like
obsessed.
this.
Leave it
Willing
be.
to die, hoping they
Let
can
it
take me out all
be.
week, Joe
Let it
Rogan.
be.
So I'm
Let
a
it
man,
be.
putting on my
Let
name,
it be.
Liver King. Who am I fighting?
I don't care
Rogan.
about you.
When?
We
This
don't
week.
care.
By the way, I don't know if anyone knows, we're gonna have free Wi-Fi everywhere we are. We're gonna have free Wi-Fi, and the
Free
password
Wi-Fi?
for this week, only 1 week, is "fuck you, Joe Rogan."
And understand, like, all of that, it's really just a quick sampling of what he's been saying over the past few days. There's a lot of rambling and scattered messaging.
You're talking about
He also took some jabs
Starlink?
at Netflix, which notably released a documentary recently about his supplement empire. And
Untold, the Liver King? Oh no, he's a supplement empire guy.
Beef with it. You know, he hasn't gone into detail as to what the source of the beef is, though some speculating it might be because Joe's discussed Liver King on his podcast before and suggested that his steroid use was pretty obvious. You also had the reporter saying that the Liver King might blame Joe for his steroid scandal and its impact on his career. But whatever the motive may have been, as Liver King posted that he had traveled to Austin, Texas to meet Joe, you saw a lot of people popping up in the comments section just worried about his mental health and well-being. And those concerns, they just got louder and louder when he posted a series of videos showing him getting arrested, including one where he learned that the cops were outside with him putting on a shirt referencing his fight with Rogan and also asking, "What did I do that's illegal?" And then there's another where he hugs his family goodbye and one where he's cuffed and put into an officer's vehicle. And now you've got multiple outlets reporting that he's been charged with a Class B misdemeanor of making a terroristic threat. But then the Austin Police Department giving a statement to Rolling Stone this morning saying, on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, at approximately 9:30 a.m., Austin Police Department detectives were notified that a subject identified as Brian Johnson, known online as Liver King, had made threats against Joe Rogan on his Instagram profile. Detectives reviewed the post and observed that Johnson was traveling to Austin while continuing to make threatening statements. Detectives contacted Mr. Rogan, who stated he had never had any interaction with Johnson and considered the post to be threatening. And then adding, based on this information, detectives obtained an arrest warrant for Johnson on a charge of terroristic threat. Right, so he was taken into custody from the Four Seasons Hotel, and the investigation remains ongoing. And, you know, while we wait to see what happens with the legal charge, what happens in real court, the court of public opinion is sounding off. And you've got a lot of people reacting mostly to Liver King's videos and speculating on his mental health. For example, the likes of Alex Jones sharing a video of him and writing mental illness is no joke, and then discussing Liver King's arrest during his show and saying,
and that just shows how crazy society's going. In the videos, he looks extremely...
You look like Donald Trump and you look like an idiot.
So we hope the Liver King gets better.
Why do you all look like Donald Trump with the orange face? You're
Jones
stupid.
wasn't alone in pointing out Liver King's pupils, and for a while now, people in his comments have been concerned that he might be using drugs. There was some online claiming he was going through a psychotic episode while pounding methylene blue, but then others pointing to a post from last year where he says he found ayahuasca or tying it to his steroid use. And obviously, you know, I'll say we don't know what actually prompted it.
What is going on? I can't control this.
Currently, there's this void of verifying definitive information, and we're seeing that being filled with a lot of speculation and reactions to his posts. And all of this is, you know, the attention and the chatter around him has been increasing since last month, because he's been facing increased scrutiny since Netflix released that documentary on him, and you have people responding by calling him nuts and a grifter. You know, for now, we're gonna have to wait to see what comes from this situation, what we learn, and in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts here. But then, next up today, we've got to talk about how Zoran Mamdani just shocked the world, because while initially he was seen as one of the longest of long shots, he may now be the next mayor of New York City. Right now, because last night, when the first round of ballots for the mayoral Democratic primary came rolling in, the results were clear. With 93% of the votes in, Mamdani came out clearly on top with 43.5% to former Governor Andrew Cuomo's 36.4%. With then Brad Lander, who's another left-wing candidate who cross-endorsed Mamdani, coming in third with 11.3%. Now, technically, the final tally is not going to be finished until next week, but the winner here has already been declared. Right? And with that, Andrew Cuomo conceded the race last night.
Tonight is his night. He deserved it. He won.
And that is, you had Mamdani taken to the stage at his watch party at a Long Island City beer garden.
In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor.
You know, whether you love him, you hate him, you never heard of him, his boasting here is completely warranted. Because again, this guy was the longest of long shots. 8 months ago, when he launched his campaign, virtually no one seriously thought he had a chance. And he was just this little-known state assemblyman who immigrated here from Uganda with his family when he was 7. Whereas right from the start, Cuomo enjoyed pretty much every advantage you could possibly hope for. A double-digit lead in the polls for most of the race, a $25 million super PAC, and far more name recognition. All of which is why you had people commenting that his campaign had an air of inevitability, as if he didn't even need to try. With Cuomo, he, at least in the words of the New York Times, ran a campaign that appeared largely devoid of authentic moments of him connecting with everyday New Yorkers. Also, it probably didn't help that a number of people think that Grandma might still be around without him, and he had the sexual harassment scandals. And then on the other side, you had Mamdani running a campaign fueled by young, grassroots support, with him saying nearly 50,000 unpaid volunteers knocked on more than 1 million doors. And that, he just pulled off a masterful social media campaign with him going on dozens of podcasts and posting a lot of relatable, viral videos. With those, also including some that spoke directly to New York's huge immigrant population. Or like one where he explained how ranked choice voting works entirely in Urdu and Hindi while splicing in Bollywood film clips.
तो ये है जो एंड्रू कोमो ऑफर कर रहा है आज मेरे पास बिल्डिंग है प्रॉपर्टी है बैंक बैलेंस है बंगला है गाड़ी
as well as in Bangla
प्राइमरी पे আমরা র্যাঙ্ক চয়েস ভোটের মাধ্যমে নির্বাচন করি
in Spanish.
Fíjense, nadie sabe pronunciar mi apellido.
He also very notably reached out to people who had voted for Trump in November, doing man-on-the-street interviews that grabbed a lot of attention.
And what would it take for you to vote for a Democrat in the future?
Being able to pay attention to the regular Americans and their economic needs.
And then, he did things like last Friday, marching from the uppermost tip of Manhattan all the way down to its base, braving the summer heat for a 13-mile trek that slowly gathered a larger and larger crowd behind him, kind of like Forrest Gump.
We're outside because New Yorkers deserve a mayor that they can see, they can hear, they can even yell at.
And to get attention on his campaign and his proposed policies, he jumped into the icy waters off of Coney Island when he was talking about his proposal for a rent freeze.
New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized units, and their rents are set by the Rent Guidelines Board. Eric Adams' board has raised the rent every year he's been in office. The rent freezes have happened before. De Blasio's board did it 3 times. I would do the same every year.
And actually, speaking of which, we should talk about his policies. Because as a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America, Mamdani quickly distinguished himself as the furthest left candidate in the 11-person race, with him, among other things, proposing a tax increase for the wealthy, free childcare, free public buses, city-run grocery stores, new affordable housing, more mental health workers, and a $30 minimum wage. He's also been a vocal critic of the Israeli government, having championed state-level legislation to end tax-exempt status of charities with ties to West Bank settlements that violate international law. With that ending up being a wedge issue during the race, with his opponents calling him anti-Semitic, an accusation which he has forcefully denied and promised to govern for Jewish New Yorkers and increase funding to combat hate. And then another allegation that's commonly thrown his way is that he's not an effective politician. Critics saying that out of the 20-odd bills that he's introduced over more than 4 years as a state lawmaker, just 3 became law, and they were relatively minor. Though there you have Mamdani's supporters arguing that he successfully pushed the state assembly center to the left and that he can do the same for New York City. He had Mamdani keeping that ambition high last night as he laid out what kind of New York that he wants to create.
Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. Where childcare doesn't cost more than CUNY. And where public safety keeps us truly safe. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism and to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party.
And that last remark, it's very, very important because he's not the only one that's taking this election as a lesson for the Democratic Party as a whole. If you looked at the reactions last night and this morning in the press and on social media, there's just a ton of chatter about how Mamdani represents a younger, more progressive path forward for Democrats. A party that's filled with people that polling shows want to replace its leaders. With AOC, for example, writing on X, billionaires and lobbyists poured millions against you and our public finance system, and you won. And Hassan Piker saying they dumped $30 million in ads to a dynastic name in New York politics with a sea of institutional Democrat endorsements to get clobbered by a real progressive, dynamic, people-backed candidacy, and saying it's clear that lots of Americans want change to the system that isn't benefiting them. Which then gets to the crucial question dividing the party right now, and that is how should it reform itself to come back from the humiliating defeat to Trump in November? And so you're seeing many now saying this mayoral race is a sign that the message is pretty clear. With people saying on one side of this race, you had an old, white, dynastic establishment moderate backed by wealthy donors who resigned from office after being accused of sexual misconduct. And then on the other side, you had this young, brown, brown democratic socialist backed by a grassroots campaign and running on a populist economic platform. With Cuomo getting endorsed by the likes of Bill Clinton and Mike Bloomberg, and Mamdani being endorsed by Bernie Sanders and AOC. While you had Cuomo calling Mamdani inexperienced, Mamdani called him corrupt. And what you ended up seeing over the course of several months is Cuomo's support stagnating and Mamdani's inching up and up from basically nothing to second place. But then all of this, as you have some noting, this is New York City. It's one of the most liberal municipalities in the country with a very specific demographic split. And so you have people saying it's debatable whether this type of campaign can work elsewhere. And I mean, even in New York, being Muslim and a socialist hasn't exactly been easy. And now, after his win, you had the likes of Charlie Kirk ripping into him, one racist post after another, calling him in one the Muslim socialist candidate for resentful immigrants who hate the West. With him also saying 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,753 people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. With Kirk then posting this photo saying, "We imported this, now we must wake up or else." And all of that as, of course, keep in mind, the race in New York isn't over. And Mamdani has only won the primary. There's still the general elections. This race, it's a unique one, because not only is Andrew Cuomo still considering whether to run as an independent, the incumbent mayor, Eric Adams, he already is. And Adams, he's immediately gone on the attack with him going on Fox and Friends this morning to say,
he's a snake oil salesman. He will say and do anything to get elected. He wants to raise tax on 1% of New Yorkers' high-income earners. As the mayor, you don't have the authority to do that. You know who has the authority to do that? An assemblyman, which he is.
But also, many wondering if Adams is even a threat, because even before he was indicted on corruption charges in the fall and then had those charges dropped this year in exchange for licking Donald Trump's feet, Adams' polling numbers are terrible. Though you still have people wondering if he's going to manage to capitalize on support from older middle-class black folks and Orthodox Jews, as well as maybe peeling off some Republicans. So for now, we'll have to wait to see what is in store for New York City, what is in store for the Democratic Party, and in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts and reactions to this news. And then you've got more news in just a minute, but first, if you're like most people, you carry in some debt. And for sure, earlier in my career, I took on more debt than I could really handle, and it was a real struggle for years. Because debt, it can be like a bad tattoo. You're making decisions in the moment, it feels like a good idea, and then you just stuck with it, and it's aging badly. And unfortunately, there is no laser removal for 26% credit card interest. Like I said, I had to battle bad debt on my own for years, but you definitely don't have to, thanks to our awesome sponsor, PDS Debt. Right, in their program, it isn't one size fits all. They actually look at your unique situation, credit cards, personal loans, collections, even that medical bill that you swore was covered. No minimum credit score required, and if your score is circling the drain, they can still help. Our PDS Debt's programs will help you save more, pay off debt faster, and keep actual money in your pocket. I mean, what a concept, right? And they've got an A+ rating from the BBB and thousands of glowing 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. It's real help from real humans and a shot at finally hitting undo on that financial mess in your life. If your phone's blowing up from collectors who somehow never take a day off, don't wait. It only takes 30 seconds to get started, so scan the QR code or head to pdsdebt.com/DeFranco to get your free debt assessment. It's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. Then next up today for you, the head of NATO just called Donald Trump daddy. So that is actually just one of the reasons that we need to talk about this huge NATO summit that just happened in the Netherlands. It started with the fact that the aim of the summit was seemingly keeping Trump happy, including by giving him something that he's been demanding for years: a commitment by NATO members to increase defense spending. Not just by a little. They're saying the goal is 5% of GDP by 2035, whereas up until now it's been 2%, which several countries still haven't even reached. And then beyond that, you've seen Ukrainian President Zelensky getting sidelined to avoid angering Trump. And yes, we've seen Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General, showing he has no qualms about sucking up to Trump if it keeps the alliance on his good side. Because a key bit of context here is that Trump has a long history of expressing disdain for the organization. I mean, even all the way back in 2016, for example, he suggested that he wouldn't necessarily heed the mutual defense guarantees outlined in Article 5 of the founding treaty, which says that an armed attack on one member is an attack on all. And then, fast forward to this week, literally on the plane to the summit, you had him telling reporters that whether he's committed to Article 5 depends on your definition.
There's numerous definitions of Article 5, you know that, right?
Plus, on top of that, the Trump administration is reportedly considering reducing troop levels in Europe, which has just added to worries across the pond. So Rutte, he's been laying it on thick, with Trump even sharing a private message that he got from the NATO chief yesterday, praising him for his strikes on Iran, and also saying, "You will achieve something no American president in decades could get done. And Europe is going to pay in a big way, as they should, and it will be your win." And all of that as you had Trump and Rutte sitting down in front of cameras today, where someone asked about Trump's outburst yesterday over the near collapse of the Israel-Iran ceasefire.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
But today, Trump comparing fighting between Iran and Israel to kids fighting in a schoolyard and saying you have to let them fight for a few minutes and then it's easy to stop them. Then Ruta saying this.
Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
And so then with all that, you had Trump saying that he has apparently come out a changed man.
I came here because it was something I'm supposed to be doing, but I left here a little bit differently. I said, I watched the heads of these countries get up, and the love and the passion that they showed for their country was unbelievable. I've never seen quite anything like it. They want to protect their country, and they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. They love their country. They were so respectful of me because I'm the head of the United States. And these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff. And we're here to help them protect their country.
And when asked again whether he fully supported Article 5, Trump said, we're with them all the way. So there, you have people saying, which Trump you get, it always depends on the moment. With people, for example, pointing to how in 2017 at his first NATO summit, Trump avoided committing to Article 5, but then a month later, he reversed himself, saying he would absolutely be committed. You know, as we've seen, he's backtracked on that multiple times since then, so, you know, who knows how long it'll last. But also, like, either way, what's happening is very significant just on its own. Because like I said, NATO allies have agreed to increase defense spending by 5% of GDP by 2035. And that, as you might not remember this, back in 2018, when you had Trump floating the idea of even a 4% defense target, that seemed kind of insane at the time. Though also, there is a little bit more to the picture. Right, for one, only 3.5% of GDP is supposed to be spent on pure defense, so things like tanks, warplanes, and air defense. Right, and then the other 1.5%, it's meant to go to security and defense-related critical infrastructure, which might be things like adapting roads and bridges for use by military vehicles, cybersecurity, and the protection of energy systems. So then also, secondly, the statement that NATO issued after the end of the summit says that allies, not all allies, had agreed to the 5% figure, with that language reportedly being the result of a compromise with the Spanish prime minister who said that his country would only spend 2.1% of its GDP on defense, no more, no less. Which is also why you had the Spanish government saying in a statement, the key change reflects our position. Not all allies are bound to the 5% target. So there you had the Belgian prime minister adding in response, there are no special treatments for any member state. It is the same text, and if the interpretation of Spain is correct, anybody can interpret the text in the same way. But there, I'll say, well, some may opt for that interpretation, many are not. And that, for example, includes the UK, where Prime Minister Keir Starmer has pledged that his country will meet the 5% target. And there, you also have the government announcing that it'll buy 12 F-35A stealth fighter bombers, enabling the country's military to deliver nuclear weapons from the air. And those jets will also reportedly be deployed as part of NATO's nuclear mission, meaning that they would be using weapons over which the US ultimately has control. Now, of course, with all this, it would be dumb not to address the Russia of it all. Because a lot of this, yes, it has to do with, you know, navigating Trump and the United States, but it also deals with the potential future of a conflict with Russia. The war in Ukraine, it's the reason all of this got started and is still going on. And in fact, there, I mean, just over the past few days, Russian attacks have killed dozens of Ukrainian civilians. So while that was happening, you had NATO officials reportedly making an effort to keep Trump and Zelensky apart as much as possible at the summit, right? Knowing how Trump sometimes becomes inexplicably furious with the Ukrainian leader. With even the chairperson for the Ukrainian Parliament Committee on Foreign Policy saying, our friends among NATO countries understand the delicacy of the situation and are trying to do everything possible to ensure Ukraine is present at the summit while at the same time avoiding antagonizing Trump. That said, though, Trump and Zelensky did reportedly meet privately at the summit, though we don't have a clear idea of what was said there. And that is, leaders have sought to reassure Ukraine that they still have their back. And there you had Ruta noting that billions more in aid is on the way and saying, our aim is to keep Ukraine in the fight today so that it can enjoy a lasting peace in the future. We stand by Ukraine in its pursuit of peace and will continue to support Ukraine on its irreversible path to NATO membership. So there, while European support is locked in, US aid isn't, with officials reportedly expecting Biden-era to Ukraine to end late this summer. And that, as a U.S. ambassador to NATO said this month, that the administration had yet to make any decision about new aid to Ukraine because Trump remains laser focused on negotiations to end the war. Well, NATO officials think that Ukraine can hold out for at least another year as things stand. Obviously, an end to U.S. military aid would make it very, very hard to make any gains on the battlefield, which just incentivizes Putin to wait it out. With one senior NATO official explaining the situation by saying they would be fighting from a defensive situation almost all the time. We'd be looking at shortages in air defense and tank brigades and missile stocks, so you can see more rationing of munitions. And so with all of that today, ultimately, big news, but we're gonna have to see where it all leads. So then shifting gears from that to a different kind of news as we wind down today's show, I want to talk to you about Eugene Gilliard. And you see, to understand Eugene's story, you gotta go back to 1995, because that is when a man by the name of Thomas Keel was robbed, shot, and killed outside of a seafood shop that he owned in downtown Philly at roughly 2 o'clock in the morning. And at the time, Keel's daughter, who saw the whole thing happen, as well as 2 men running away from the scene, she couldn't identify anyone in the photo spread that she was shown. And for 2 years, this case just went untouched. But then, in 1997, 2011, Philly PD's Special Investigations Unit picked the case up again and began re-interviewing everyone that was involved. And that included Eugene, who was one of the people from the neighborhood who police interviewed back in 1995, and he told them that he hadn't seen anything. And then, in this renewed investigation, Keel's daughter ended up picking Eugene out of the photos that she was shown, and he got arrested and charged with first-degree murder, robbery, conspiracy, and commission of a crime with a gun. And so in December of 1998, at just 18 years old, Eugene was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Right, and then, throughout his time in prison, Eugene maintained that he was an innocent man, with his legal team repeatedly saying that there was no physical evidence actually linking him to the crime. And so Eugene just stayed there, rotting in prison, until 2010, because that's when Eugene got word that another man who was also incarcerated on other charges also admitted to the murder of Thomas Keel and pointedly said that Eugene was not involved. And so Eugene hired a private investigator who talked to the guy, got him to agree to come forward. And
yeah, but the system won't let you out.
And according to the project, they got a sworn statement from the guy who confessed and found 3 other eyewitnesses.
Here we go. I finally fixed it.
With even Keel's daughter reportedly requesting a re-examination of the case. And after jumping through hoop after hoop in the legal system for a couple of years, Eugene's conviction was overturned and he walked out a free man. And now all these years after, you have his wife Najwa saying that every minute of the last 10 years has just been a gift, and adding,
I can't find enough words. No restrictions, no time limit.
Right after spending 15 years locked up, Eugene now gets to unlock the door to his dream every morning. Right, and that because earlier this year, Eugene and his wife opened up a coffee shop in Philadelphia called Freedom Coffee House.
Something that I always wanted and hoped for, be able to have my freedom, have my family, and be able to go to my business.
What you've seen is Freedom Coffee quickly becoming a community favorite, with regular customers saying things like, it is inspirational to the community and to many people like the average human being should strive to be someone like him. And I think it shows in every aspect when you walk into this atmosphere individually and as a couple and how they run their business. I think it's important for this community to see that. Right, and for Eugene, this little coffee shop is everything.
Freedom Coffee House represents more than a dream fulfilled. It's a reminder that no matter how dark the past, by the permission of God, the future is ours to reclaim.
And so, well, obviously, yes, part of this story is an example of just the horrors that can happen in our justice system. It is also an amazing story of a man who went to hell and back due to no fault of his own, and he chose family and community to live life to the fullest because it had been stripped from him. And I think there's something there about being able to climb out of the depths of darkness, but also, even for those that don't have to experience that, live every moment, because you never know what is around the corner. But that is where your show ends today. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Remember, if you want to snag something today, go to bd28.com. And I'll see you here tomorrow, because, of course, remember, I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Love you. Mean it. Maybe. Gotta keep you on your toes a little bit.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Moonahar, and we got a pretty big update to that Stop Killing Games story, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Stop Killing Games, for anybody that doesn't know, yes, two days ago I made a video where I talked about Stop Killing Games. You know, I talked about how the initiative, you know, basically was kind of at its finishing lines, and there really wasn't a lot of positivity in terms of it crossing its finish line. Now, of course, since then, ladies and gentlemen, there's been plenty of content creators that have covered this story. Charlie, me, obviously Bob, this campaign to start off with. And, you know, 2 days ago, the actual initiative was at like 55,000 signatures? Today, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 days, it crossed 51%. And I really think a lot of this comes from the fact that obviously one of the biggest voices that is now talking about Stop Killing Games, probably Charlie at this point. And, you know, obviously through the efforts of everybody speaking positively over here, that's a pretty big jump, okay? That's actually huge. And I don't think anybody should, like, you know, discount it. Now, to me personally, I think having 500,000 signatures should be enough for the government to look at something and think, wow, we should kind of talk about, you know, preserving software. Now, obviously, you know, there was a bit of controversy to the Stop Killing Games stuff. We talked about it 2 days ago. There was a YouTuber known as Pirate Software who very much was not a fan of Stop Killing Games, and apparently still doesn't seem to be a fan of Stop Killing Games. And to me, I don't really think of this as like...
Who cares if Pirate Software is a fan of Stop Killing Games? I don't care.
Obviously,
you guys are sucking on Pirate Software's dick way too much. Dick riding, Pirate Software, Pirate Software.
Important things
Dick riding.
In this space is things like right to repair, right? Is like you should be able to own something. You should be able to have some dominion over the stuff you purchase. Otherwise, corporations will basically fuck us in the ass till we're bleeding completely, okay? It doesn't matter for a corporation. It doesn't matter. For them, it's all about making money. For us, it's all about preserving the stuff that we work hard to purchase, right? Now, obviously, I look at video games as video games, right? And some people look at this as, you know, children's toys. But to me, video games are kind of just like a movie. They're like music. They're like software in general. They're just like any commercial good that you buy. And if you buy something, you should either be able to possess it, right, for an indiscriminate amount of time, or a company should just straight up tell you that you're renting stuff. Like I said in my previous video, if companies were outright telling you that you weren't buying their product and you were just renting it,
you wouldn't buy it.
Definitely will guarantee you that will have an actual impact on sales. Now, obviously,
and this is why I pirate software.
Now, do I think it'll get to 1 million signatures? I'm being positive. I actually hope that it will. I think the jump that we saw from literally yesterday is pretty massive, and it just continues to go up. You know, the momentum that Ross felt like that he lost, I feel like that momentum is starting to kick up again. And honestly, if it meant getting into the muck with like talking shit and like correcting records,
maybe it's pirate software making a ploy.
Doing something as good as this. Now, why is Stop Killing Games a good thing? Why is it a net positive? I'm going to go through a lot of technologies that communities have made that are literally preserving the games that we love and cherish all throughout history. So one of the things that I saw, and I can't verify this for myself, but it kind of made my head ache a little bit from like pirate software. So one of the comments that he wrote here was, for those who don't understand what MYM is and are spamming comments, this is a user-generated content game where you make dungeons that other people play in. Without a large player base, the game becomes instantly stale due to lack of dungeon variation. The community has all but abandoned it, so preserving the game would not keep it playable or enjoyable. Hosting it privately does not fix this issue, as it's designed with a large-scale creativity in mind. Without that, it's a hollow husk and unable to be played to any real extent. This isn't about preservation, it's about a waning player base on a game I enjoyed. You cannot preserve a game's true intention by saving the files. You cannot preserve the essence of a game like this with a small group of players. It needs thousands or more active players to give the actual experience. Stop Killing Games cannot fix that problem. Now, Meet Your Maker, for anybody that doesn't know, is an actual like building game where actual like gamers get together. They build these entire like levels, and obviously it's then up to you as a player to play through these user-created levels. Now, again, obviously this is a game that has a lifespan, right? But the preservation of the content that people have been doing and making since the first day of this game's launch up until the very end of its lifespan is important, because let's say you come back to this game, this moment in time, like 10, 15 years later, it's important that there is like a repository of this game that exists so we can at least play what the community built, right? Do you want to lose all of this content, all of this history to time just because the new game comes out or some newer sequel releases? Like, do we have to accept planned obsolescence? And if games are obsolete, do we have to let them completely die when we could have an option to preserve the content that is generated within them? So this is where I feel like I'm reading Kojima levels of fucking pretentiousness, except in this situation, Kojima's actually produced a bunch of video games, okay? From what I understand, Pirate Software hasn't even shipped one out the door yet. Now, there's a lot of people that pointed out that apparently he has ties to like Rivals of Aether 2, which is a live service game, but I don't really think this is a completely negative situation. Again, as much as his words rub me the wrong way, I like to think of the best in people, okay? I really like to think that at best, this
I think Pirate's fine unless he's some rapist or something.
Like this
I don't think he is. So, I mean, I think Pirate's fine.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, I like him.
Once a game falls off,
whatever.
Like, yes, guys, Halo 3 fell off. You know what I mean? all the
As it
content
should
in
have.
Halo 3, it's old. It's not, nobody knew was coming.
Nobody
into
cares
make
about that
new
anymore.
maps,
Yeah.
new screenshot, new anything.
They did.
In fact,
They did the
community
Halo
for that
Master
game
Chief
on
Collection,
the Xbox 360 is effectively
which I've been thinking
fucking
about
dead.
buying or
But
stealing. Really, I'm gonna
preserving that
steal it.
community, preserving that experience is what's important, right?
Halo
Preserving
Odds
the
on
game
Legendary might
itself
actually be pretty
is what
fun.
matters. Because down the road, let's say somebody wants to play or see how a game worked, even right, like 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, they have the option of seeing it. So when he talks about user-generated games, I want to go through some technologies that community members have made. So for instance, this is Little Big Archive. Now, if you don't know Little Big Archive is a repository for levels that users have made for a game known as Little Big Planet. Now, if you don't know what Little Big Planet is, it's a platformer game for
I love Little Big Planet. Yeah.
PSP, PlayStation 4, PlayStation Vita, and I think it might have a PS5
PS5,
version. I'm not
yeah,
entirely
some
sure.
presents.
But the community over here created level packs, profiles, community objects, game modes, and all types of challenges. So that if you, down the road, played this game that released literally back in like 2008, 2007, you can go to all of these projects, download these community levels, and you can run them on an actual hacked PlayStation 3, or you can run them underneath RPCS 3, which is what I did. Now, the thing about it is, obviously, to give you an idea, these are not, every single level that has been made. But if you go through this spreadsheet, ladies and gentlemen, according to this list, 4,875 levels have actually been preserved by this community. So let's say that you missed out on something like, Little Big Planet, and you want to experience this era of gaming down the road. Much like I like to go back to Super Nintendo games, PlayStation 1 games, this repository exists so anybody can experience something. Yes, we know Little Big Planet is dead. We know that the spirit of the game is not going to be captured with new content every day. But I think somebody playing a fucking 15-year-old game kind of knows that, okay? I think most people that have a functional fucking brain
there's beautiful
know
stuff
that
in
they're
Little
not
Big
getting
Planet
in-time
that should be
experience.
preserved.
But they're also
Yep.
not getting a game that's been lost. Some of these levels probably meant a lot to somebody. Some of these levels are actually pretty intricate and fun. And some of these levels allow you to look at what people created back in the day. So one project that, again, is really interesting is Open Course World. Now, I'm sure you guys also have played games like Super Mario Maker and Mario Maker 2. Well, thankfully, a community of fans for this game have created a project or are working on something known as Open Course World. And of course, you can play this in an emulator or an actual custom firmware Nintendo Switch. So basically, they made a mod that reroutes the network requests in the game to their specific server. And of course, what they want to do is preserve a shit ton of Mario Maker levels. So eventually down the road, when something like, Nintendo servers tend to go down, which again, most servers will, right? Whether you're Microsoft, whether you're Sony, whether you're Nintendo, whether you're one of the biggest companies in the world, eventually, when there's not enough money on the table, you will probably not want to pay for server hosting. But that doesn't mean the community doesn't want to come together and put together as much of this software, as much of this actual, as much of this community created content as they can. Because the thing is, it's about preserving video games as they are, the history of them, and of course to make sure that down the road, if somebody wants to play Mario Maker 2, they can. Now, by Thor's logic, again, if a game just goes down, what's the harm in it? I mean, you know what? Stop Killing Games is not going to help, publishers develop an initiative to keep their projects alive, I guess. You're going to miss access to that in-time experience. You're not going to get that spirit or whatever the pretentious shit you're hearing here. The reality of it is that obviously this game, Hitman, is a brilliant title, okay? Unfortunately, it's a game that requires you to be having a constant internet connection all the time for progression. Now, you can play the level without the internet, but without progression and a lot of the community-created content, or really just the content that flows into the live service model, it's kind of a game that loses a lot of its replay value. Well, thankfully, without the help of IO Interactive, who haven't given a sunset plan, a guarantee, as far as I know yet, there's projects like the Peacock Project, where, again, the community has put together a project to keep this game alive long after it releases. You know how I played this game on the actual airports, so airplanes without the internet connection on a Steam Deck? By setting it up via their easy-to-follow installation guide, so you can play Hitman and its content without requiring IO interactive servers, which will go down at some point. I know that for some people, like, I guess it seems Pirate Software or anybody with this defeatist mentality, if that it doesn't preserve the ethos of the game or like the in-time experience, I think people know it. I also think that people just like to preserve and keep old experiences active for as long as they can. Because if you're willing to lose your history, if you're willing to just let these things wither and go away and become lost fucking media, then realistically, I don't think you're somebody that cares about gaming or gaming history. You know what? These AAA companies released the new $80 fucking Mario Maker. I'll just jump onto that and play it, all right? Completely ignoring the fact that, if you look at the history of video games, and I even talked about, PT recently, like a game released 10 years ago that you can just start to emulate on PC and preserve an actual piece of gaming history that we as a community talked about pretty extensively. And it's an actual identifiable part of at least horror video games, right? Like that subsect of the gaming community. If you're somebody that doesn't care about preserving this kind of shit or keeping these services active and alive so that down the road that $60 purchase you made is still playable, then again, I don't think you care about gaming. The actual project of Stop Killing Games is simple. It's just to keep games alive.
Yep.
It's not to keep them as unneeded rentals in the space. And again, the community
That might be what Pirate Software is doing. He might have,
So for instance,
ratio
Nintendo
just to
is a
draw
network that
attention
if you
to it.
have
Did
a
you guys ever
3DS,
consider
if you have
that?
a Wii U, you can actually experience a clean room reverse engineered version of their network, so you can at least play certain games with your friends online, right? So for instance, if you wanted to play things like Kid Icarus Uprising on your 3DS, if you want to play some Mario Kart 7, they actually have preserved full network capabilities, or at least partial network capabilities, so people can play the fucking games that they bought, okay? All without requiring Nintendo. Now, of course, even RPCS3, one of my favorite PlayStation 3 emulators, because it really feels like Sony forgot about preserving that fucking system whatsoever. Yeah, even RPCN, ladies and gentlemen, RPCS3 has their own network that they've reverse engineered and put together so people can play games like Skate 3 together. People can play games like Demon Souls. Now, of course, obviously, they're not a massive community. You're looking at 27 people playing Demon Souls. But to give you an idea of why this stuff is important, me and my friend Imaru, me and him play a lot of old games. And for us, we wanted to play Red Dead Redemption. I think it was like 2 years ago. And obviously the PC version wasn't out. And even if the PC version was out, remember nowadays companies will want to sell you $60 games
I need fuel.
with like
Damn.
multiplayer removed. Like single player is the only actual game mode, even though like back in the day when Red Dead came out, multiplayer was a pretty important part. It's something that I think a lot of people my age played if you were playing Red Dead at that era. So instead of, letting that multiplayer wither away and be lost, we were able to play together under RPCN. We had a whole good night of beers and playing some fucking Red Dead together. And not only that, we were able to play things like Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker HD, and even abominations like Raccoon City Chronicles, like what was it, like the Resident Evil like third-person shooter game that we played co-op. These are all experiences that are preserved, thankfully, because of things like the community putting together the efforts to reverse engineer, server code, entire like solutions like this. Because at the end, all right, this is just the community trying to keep video games alive without the involvement of the official developers, because that's honestly, at this point, the only way that a lot of people can do it. And that's why initiatives like Stop Killing Games are important, because if you can get these companies, if you can get these publishers to actually look and design games going forward with an end-of-life plan, we don't have to resort to efforts like this to keep a lot of those old games alive. One of these sites that I used to go to was IJJI, and I'm sure I probably sparked some memories in a lot of you guys watching that are my age. Because back in the day, going to IJJI, you could actually play games like Guns the Duel. And of course, one important game to me on this list was Drift City. Now, I made a video a few years ago where the community actually came together and used a private server solution to get Drift City here. Now, obviously, are there a lot of players playing this game? No, they've got 54 players online in the cel-shaded racing MMO. And for me, it's important that this exists because, again, I enjoy games like this. They're games that are preserved without the community's effort. I doubt any official server hoster is even thinking of making a game with an audience of 50 people on average. But the important part here is that the community was able to get leaked files, from my understanding, or at least reverse engineer a chunk of this game to keep it alive and functional. Because ultimately, these are all pieces of gaming history. And if you lose your video games, if you lose access to them, then it's a net negative for everyone involved. Even for Metal Gear Solid, right? There's projects like MGO, Save MGO, where players are able to play through Metal Gear Online 1, 2, and also play around with its DLC. One of my favorite channels on YouTube is Mach3, where he'll occasionally be live streaming PlayStation 3 games, PS2 games, and playing them online with viewers. These are dead games, but thanks to the technologies I talked about, he's able to play these experiences with his friends and his viewers. And again, these are experiences that are fucking, 10, 15, sometimes over 20 years old. And you can still play together.
Yeah, I love PlayStation 2 games. They're really well made, most of them. They couldn't have competed on the market if they weren't.
The comment that I read from Thor earlier just really drove me up the wall, because
I think you're getting ratioed.
We all understand that games that are old
I think he did this to bait you. I think you got baited. Excuse me. I think you got baited.
But is it worth losing those experiences at all, or just preventing people from getting access to them down the road? You know how many games get life literally 5-10 years down the road? You know, games like Among Us, which were the talk of the town years ago, were out for literally years. Until, of course, the community picked up and those servers went from 10 active players to millions overnight. How many games like that do you think exist that just die over the course? Games that are even innovative, games that actually have, a reason to be played, games that can be fun if they were just discovered. If we lose access to these video games and down the road we maybe watch a video that ends up getting into the algorithm and we think, wow, I wish I could play that game, but now I can't because it's gone forever. That is the world we want to change. And I think that's why this initiative is so fucking important. If you look at things like why the EU matters here, is that in terms of economies, you're looking at the third largest economy after China and the United States. Meaning that if companies are pressured by EU law to think of end-of-life plans, because you're not going to ignore 15% of the world's GDP, you are going to think of this as an important market. If you're designing your games with an end-of-life plan, what happens in the EU ripples to all of these other countries. And that's how we all benefit. Unfortunately, me not being from the EU or being a Brit, I can't fucking actually sign any of these things. But I do know that I have to have a community of people that can sign this.
Yeah.
And the amount of time I was yapping here, this number was at 511,000. If I refresh this page, it's up to 512. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is actual change. We're at 51%. We've got roughly a month. Can we make it to the finish line? If you really care about preserving your video games, I think you will do what you can to get this across the finish. And let's say that you're not let's say that you're not from this country, you're not from the EU. You can still share this message. You can still share stopkillinggames.com across all of your gaming communities. And hopefully, if the government of Europe can look at this and start maybe taking this actual case seriously, it could actually be something that changes gaming going forward forever. At least that's what I think. But if you want to be a defeatist about it, no, that's your choice to make. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
So, I tried out the new Scum update, and I'm going to be giving you a complete unbiased review. I wasn't gifted Scum. I wasn't paid to make a video about Scum. I wasn't paid to stream Scum on the release of the new update. I'm an old returning player coming back to see.
Yeah, I got curious. Yeah.
I'm going to give you my complete honest
I did it too. Yeah, I thought it was good.
We streamed about 8.5 hours in one go, just trying everything
Scum's
out.
good.
I have about 660 hours in Scum, and we used to stream it a lot, but kind of didn't go in the direction that we liked, so we ended up switching games a little bit. We ended up getting a bit bored of Scum, but we wanted to give it a chance and try it on the update and see what had been added and if anything had changed and if it was any different from the last time we played. I'm going to say this now, if you are a Scum diehard fan, then this may not be the video for you because my opinion may not be favourable, but I do think it's important to have a different perspective on the update and the game without it being.
Yeah, I have a
biased
different
by
perspective on
streamers
it.
that may be worried to say their honest opinion because they don't want to miss out
I think it's in a good place. I think Scum is a good game, and I wish I had enough time to play it. I just jumped into 7 days, and 7 days is much more approachable.
You can kind of guess where I'm going.
Scum
It
is
makes sense.
for
But
the
let's break this
hardcore,
down. So
I would
as you may have
say.
seen from the Summerfest
Scum
trailer
is what I
that
might
they
graduate
released
to when
and
this
the
game gets
uncensored
boring.
version, if anyone has played Scum before, it made the game look very different. It made it look like Mad Max, like PUBG, and if you played Scum before, most of what happened in that trailer doesn't actually really happen in the
No,
game.
Scum
other
is
than
not
shitting,
like that, no.
Which is a common feature
Complaint.
throughout trailers and
Yeah.
talking points in Scum. Let's just get it out of the way. You can shit and piss in Scum. Okay? It wears off eventually, I promise. You can shit and piss, like, you know. Okay. We're done? Alright, brilliant. Obviously, there was the NPCs that were added. Now, we did come across these NPCs. I have been playing ABI, so maybe I'm used to the movement
Puppets.
and the voice line in ABI, but the NPCs seemed a bit flat. They don't really voice line too much when you go near them. Some of them just shoot at you, and you can't tell if it's a player or an NPC, but they don't really chase after you. They just kind of ping off a couple of arrows, and you're like, the hell's going on? And then that's really it. And then the one I did come across in the city, I saw him, turned around to get distance between us so I could shoot back, and before I knew it, I was two-shot and I was dead. And then I had to respawn, which brings me to my next point about the respawn system in Scum that still gets on my tits, like, anyway.
Yeah, I don't like the respawn
So Scum
system.
introduced a new system back when I was playing last time where instead of fame points were used to respawn, we were using money. And I hated it when it was introduced, and I still hate it because I feel like it's created this playstyle within players that are too scared to fight, they're too scared to leave their base, and it has morphed this hoarding mentality into players. And I'll delve into this a little bit more. So before, with the fame points, you could just shoot zombies with arrows, you could craft things, and your fame points would go up, and then with that you would choose a sector spawn and you would, you know, spawn where you wanted to go. Now it's a money system, so you have to find money and put them into ATMs with a bank card, and you can find money in cash registers. Obviously sometimes the cash register is empty and sometimes you don't get a lot. If you die before getting any money into your bank account, you will then start going into debt. So then you have to farm up money, which is already a little bit difficult to get if you're not near a safe zone, to then make up that debt, and then more to be able to pay for a sector spawn, which is, you know, a little bit annoying. But let's say in this ginormous map that they have, you don't live near a safe zone, you live in the city, or you live somewhere else that isn't necessarily near to this safe zone. You can sell stuff in this safe zone for money, put it in your bank account, then you can do earn your money for sector respawns that way. However, again, if you don't live near these safe zones, it's quite a run.
Oh, I hit him. I hit him too.
Joke. It's quite a run to get to the safe zone, which runs the risk of running into the NPCs that can just seamlessly.
Nice, see what that was one of them.
Or a player can shoot you, and little do you know, you're now in debt again, and you're having to respawn. This whole system of the money, I think, you know, has made the player base play the way that they do, like melts. In the whole 8 hours of playing, we saw 2 people. On release day of the update, we saw 2 people in 8.5 hours.
Because there's like 300 players.
I don't know.
Because the game's not good enough. This game's good enough now. That game's not good enough now.
They get gear fear, and they're scared to go outside because it's a bit of a pain in the ass respawning. I'm not saying that that's 100% down to it, but that's how I feel. I don't want to die. I get nervous about fighting people because I simply just can't be bothered with the respawning aspect of it. It's become a pain in the bottom. For the whole 8.5 hours we were playing, we went to the city. Now, when the city update came out, I will say that I loved the city when it was all open and everything could be looted, but as you may or may not know, when the city update was released, there was a lot of people complaining that they couldn't run the game in the city. They were lagging quite badly. So it was decided within the dev team that they would start closing some of the city up. Now, we thought it would just be a little bit, but they closed a lot of the city up, which I don't get it. I don't get it. They had a small portion of people that couldn't go into the city and play in there because it was lagging. So they were like, okay, you guys can't come into the city because it's lagging, so we're going to close a bunch of stuff up. So now you don't have a real reason to come to the city because there's nothing really left to loot. It doesn't really make much sense. So we came back into the update day thinking, hey, they said they reworked the towns, maybe the city's been open more. Maybe there's more to loot in there. Maybe there's a reason to go to the city now. And to our surprise, they're closed even more up of the city. Oh, I don't get all the effort they went into in creating the city update just to lock it all up. It used to be amazing. We'd always live in the city. We'd have a base there. We'd run around. Oh, someone's got a base in this room because there were so many rooms you could lock up. And then you'd log off. You come back. Someone else has locked up another room in the city. And it was this continuous kind of stream of people coming in and out of the city, like a city. But now there's only a handful of places that you can lock up. There's not really that much to loot other than the stadium, which isn't that great loot. And if you just go to an abandoned bunker or a normal bunker, you're going to get better loot than what's in there anyway. So the city is just...
She knows the game well.
And I hate that. I loved the city. I will say, a positive. It was very graphically beautiful at some point.
Yeah, it's very graphically beautiful game.
We were running around in a game and
beautiful.
I thought, wow, it does look pretty.
It's a beautiful fucking game, yeah.
I will say from the 8.5 hours that I played, I left again feeling disappointed at what was added, because I think mainly because of the... I wanted to say it was because of the trailers, you know, the way that they hyped it up and made it look so manic, that you were going to be bumping into people, all this action was going to be happening, and then really all that happened for us was the NPCs.
They can't make players come, and they have to prepare for that.
I'll rephrase that. The NPCs were annoying and predictable. They were easy to cheese, but were also two-shotting you with no voice line to warn you. There was hardly anyone to be seen. The first person we saw was just running with their tits out with a bow. The second person I saw was still in his prisoner outfit with a bow, and they were both easily killed. And then other than that, it was empty. We ended up doing a kill box, but again, this was before this release.
I wonder if she's a Rust player.
This wasn't anything new that was added. It very much just felt like the same game, but with annoying NPCs. It was really disappointing, and I feel sorry for a lot of new players that maybe came in thinking it was going to be like the Summerfest trailer, and really the only thing they got that was similar to the Summerfest trailer was them being able to take a poo. Because Scum isn't like that trailer. It is a heavy survival game where, you know, it can be a running simulator, and you may not see anyone, or you may go to a bunker, or you might go to boot camp and you see lots of people, and it's very, very unpredictable, but it's definitely not what was advertised in the trailer unless you're playing on a super modded community server where there's an event on, I guess. I will say too, I still think the map is far too big for the player base that it has. It spreads people out far too much to the point where you could be on a 60 player server and you still might not see anyone. I think it would be beneficial for the map to be ever so slightly smaller, so that there is that feeling that was portrayed in the trailer. I'm not here to, you know, shit on the game and say, I hate it, I will play it again. I will go back and play it again. But it's not how it used to be when we would log on every single day and play it, and it was fun and I enjoyed it, and I couldn't wait for the next day to play it so we could do more and we could raid more. But now it just feels...
She is a Rust player.
And I'm sad about that. I loved Scum. I really did. It's more of a... I'm annoyed because of how much I liked the game, and I've completely lost what I loved about it. We did have some laughs, though, playing it, and ironically, the thing that was the funniest was me taking a pee without putting my trousers down or holding my winky, and I was just pissing with my hands down to my side. That was probably like one of the funniest bits that happens. Should that be the funniest thing that happens when you're playing a game for 8.5 hours with a friend? Maybe not, but, you know, it still made us laugh. The kill box was still enjoyable. We did that. It'd been a while since we played, so we forgot to bring rubber gloves. and it ended up being a little bit difficult, but we liked that. It was difficult, it was chaotic, there was a lot going on. We enjoyed the kill box, but again, this was something that was introduced before this update. Now, there was a point that I actually did see the dropship NPC ship hovercraft thing,
my god.
but it just flew over me and didn't do anything. I don't know whether I did something wrong or I didn't know what was going on, but I was like, oh, a dropship. And then that was kind of it. It didn't really do anything after that. And I was like, oh, okay. Another thing I will add is that the mechs still aren't perfect. And it's annoying in a sense because we had this big release, this new update, all this great stuff is coming, but hey, the mechs that have been in for ages, they're still not working correctly. They're still trying to shoot me through walls. They're somehow
It's my drone.
when they shouldn't be able to. They're firing bullets through the wall and hitting us somehow, and we're having to change to a different part of the wall and then it's fine. With the NPCs, they're not 100% great with their pathing or their intelligence, which was such a big factor of this update, was that the NPCs were going to be added. And the devs are going to say, oh yeah, we're going to improve them, but shouldn't they have been great to begin with, considering this is one of the main selling points of this update, was that we were going to have these NPCs and they've been released.
Oh, it's my drone.
We're already addressing the fact that we're having to fix them. Again, it feels like a really rushed, not very well thought out update that was released, which because of these things that weren't addressed or looked into properly or tested properly has then left people thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, kind of thing, you know, really, we could. It leaves another sense of disappointment in you, but not because you're disappointed because you don't enjoy the game, but you're disappointed because you want to enjoy the game, because you're missing that feeling that you had.
It's that the game's not good enough yet.
Like,
just say it.
God fucking damn it.
The game's not good enough yet. Just say it. I'm not scared to say it.
I don't know whether my opinion on the money system is unpopular. It probably is, but I find that the player base on Scum is I don't know how to say it nicely. People are afraid to fight, which is, you know, we're meant to be these convicts trapped on this island, you know, we're being watched on these drones, we've got puppets that are controlled, you know, we're almost like a test subject where we're being toyed at. You, as a convict, you would go a bit crazy in this life and death situation where you've got to scavenge for food, you've got to scavenge for guns. You would be hostile to thy neighbour. But instead, everyone's built some 4-wall deep wooden base in the woods that you can't raid, and you never see them because they're scared about respawning because the money system.
That's what I want to do. That sounds good.
A pain in the ass running across the map because it's so big. Oh, and if you do find a vehicle,
it is. It's a pain in the ass.
Every single vehicle that we found in the 8.5 hours that we played was completely broken.
Yeah.
And finding parts for the vehicles was even more rare than finding the vehicle itself.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, what?
Running it is.
Yeah, like Mortal.
Like
Mortal, you
because
just.
I'm
Yeah.
in debt again from dying, but getting to an ATM is difficult. Finding the money to put into my bank account is even more difficult.
Yeah, that was a weird choice.
I don't have no money in them. I hope you see the dots that I'm connecting there. Again, I'm holding out hope that Scum goes in the direction where I can go back on a big update like this and I play it and I feel that feeling of nostalgia with it that I'm so yearning for. Does that make sense? That probably wasn't even the correct English. It's just frustrating. I know in the past the devs haven't been so great with taking criticism, but there was a lot of players that were invited to stream Scum under #ad that didn't have anything to compare it to. It was their first time playing it, they've come from another game, so this is their first look at it. They've got nothing else to base it on and they probably think, wow, this game's really cool, but for us players that have been playing it for a while, we're like, it's just the same. But something else has just been added and it doesn't work, nothing different. I'm not saying this because I want the game to fail. I'm saying this because I want them to listen to the old player base, not necessarily somebody that has no idea about the game that's going to play it for one night and go, yeah, that was really fun, and then go back to the game they were playing before.
Rust.
Just
say it. Just say it.
Be taken correctly. in a way where they can think, okay, this wasn't working, people don't like this, and then it can grow from there rather than it just being paid off as so and so didn't like this game. Well, fuck them, you know. And I hope it didn't come off too negative because look, in the 8.5 hours I played it, there was, you know, I'd say about 60% of it I did enjoy, but again, I was playing with a best friend, so I feel like if playing anything with my best friend would probably be enjoyable. I don't mean to be a negative Nancy. I really don't, because I'm usually not negative about anything. I've got 3k hours in Rust. I've been putting up.
I heard. I knew it.
I'm a loyal player, but
oh my god, I died again.
Scum is just a difficult one for me, because there was a real time in Scum when I was playing that I logged onto my PC and I was excited to launch it because of what might happen, but now I launch Scum and I know I'm probably not going to see anyone.
Fuck!
We're going to be in the same abandoned bunker and putting stuff in a box to hoard. It sucks, but let's see when the next update, if anything changes and anything new comes in. I hope that there will be changes, positive changes, that entice the old player base to come back a little bit more. And I hope that criticism can be taken nicely, please. But yeah, that's what I thought about the new Scum update. Let me know what you think.
Monster Hunter Wilds is a Game of the Year contender. Maybe it was. It had one of the most successful launches, being Metacritic and user acclaim. Every roar shakes your speakers, every clash of weapons has weight. A lot of outlets called it a step forward for the franchise. And to be fair, it is in a lot of ways. There's a real sense of atmosphere in the world that just didn't exist before. Some of the early set-piece hunts are legitimately incredible. When the systems actually function the way they're supposed to, it feels like one of the most dynamic games Capcom has ever made. Still though, there are some missing features that do feel strangely absent, along with a lack of content areas, a weak story, and just downright stupid microtransactions. But the sheer scale, the weather system, the biome transitions, the seamless monster behavior, the engaging combat, the beautiful art direction, and top-tier monster animations, there was a lot to praise here day one. Then we get to the technical side of this game. Performance, visuals, all of that fun stuff. And unfortunately, Monster Hunter Wilds has been infamously a total disaster on this front, especially on PC. This was right around launch back in February from Polygon. This headline really summarizes how this game launched. My air fryer is more optimized than this. Monster Hunter Wilds players are suffering from performance issues. Players report crashes, low frame rates, and polygonal character models, and this is the monstrosity they're talking about, and this is not an isolated incident, as there's many other screenshots of just these graphics. I don't even know how to describe it. It looks like almost PS1 era. It really is astonishing how unoptimized this game was launched by Capcom, who clearly they knew that this was going to be broken. That's why when you see all these statements like what we saw,
yeah, they did the same thing with
this way, they knew it was launching this way. It's total bullshit when they put out these statements.
I forget what's called.
But they also say in this article from Polygon, many of the graphical issues that were present during
Dragon's
the
Dogma,
because yes, this existed a lot longer before launch day, are still present in the final game, and players aren't happy about it. And might I add, this was a couple of months before launch when the beta was going on. Capcom did release a statement saying that we are committed to ensuring the quality of the final product, and yeah, that never happened. And unfortunately, we're a couple of months removed from this, and it's still pretty much the case with the game. But we did see articles like this at the time coming from Eurogamer, Digital Foundry, the technical guys who really test out a lot of these games. Monster Hunter Wilds, we can't recommend the PC version. Substantial technical problems must be addressed. And they wrote in their analysis that it makes for a confusing PC release with staggeringly poor performance on lower-end graphic cards, to the extent that we don't recommend the game at all in these systems. And they went on to mention that, like any casual user, they used the game's default detected settings and set DLSS to balance mode at 1440p on the RTX 4060. Loading up the game presented more issues with PS3 level texture quality. I'd actually honestly argue it's worse than PS3 if we're being honest, but and many shots and many textures that looked like they had loaded incorrectly. One character's white coat was rendered multicolored by mosaic artifacts due to poorly configured texture compression. After getting character control following the intro cutscenes, each turn of the camera was greeted by noticeable stutters, and I feel like that has almost defined this generation, the stuttering problem. It's prevalent with Unreal games on PC and unoptimized monstrosities like this, unfortunately. But they go on to mention this last paragraph that I'm going to go over. They say, back on the RTX 4060 with medium textures in place, despite lacking the huge stutters we had before, the results still are not great. The actual texture quality is now reminiscent of games from the early 2000s, and the frame rate was still dipping noticeably with a hit to frame health when standing in place and turning the camera. If we turn the camera extremely gradually, the sinusoidal rhythm we experienced previously becomes smoother as frame health improves.
I mean, this game was always like that, though.
Performance characteristic in which is essentially an empty desert with tiled sand textures, and not something we'd expect to see.
I think I just blew up a fucking
in the big year of our Lord 2020
landmine, but it didn't hit me.
Capcom, Naughty Dog, Rockstar, and so on and so forth, all these major publishers investing hundreds of millions of dollars in these games, but optimization always tends to just not be there, especially for PC ports. It's just a prevalent problem, and this AAA games industry doesn't seem to really care at all about stopping this. But Digital Foundry also had a video on this, and this was kind of a summarization of the issues.
Your behavior is the most important thing. Any lower-end GPU, like the RTX 4060, will have this extreme performance dipping.
Yeah, that dipping is just unacceptable.
As a result, I cannot recommend playing this game on GPUs of a similar compute level to this one, unless you're fine with these big swings in performance for doing something so basic.
Is.
I measured the same issue on an RTX 2070 Super. I measured the same issue on an AMD RX 5700, and I would say it probably happens on an Intel GPU. But
yeah, and honestly, this is just totally unacceptable. And rightfully so. A lot of people are wanting their money back. They wanted answers. They wanted, Capcom to come forward saying they're at least going to fix this, because, I mean, that's the mentality of this AAA games industry. We'll fix it eventually. But we did eventually get a statement from Capcom. This actually came upon release day, and maybe some of you are thinking it's going to be some statement, some generic nonsense saying that we'll fix it eventually. We're working on patches. We're working on updates. That's just not what happened here. As this VGC article says, they responded to performance issues on PC, the serious performance issues that are plaguing many players at launch, and unfortunately, they took a note out of Todd Howard's playbook, and this is all they said. Monster Hunter status, this is their, their support page, and they said, if you're experiencing any initial issues with Wilds on Steam, please try updating your graphics driver. I hate when they do that. Turning off compatibility mode and then readjust your settings. Almost putting those issues on you, the player, for your rig, which it really takes away from the poor optimization. They're not even taking any ownership of this. And from what I've been able to gather, this is the only official statement in any capacity that they've said about these performance issues and the fact that they launched an unfinished, unoptimized experience. And the game has suffered for it. You can see that on Steam charts. I mean, look at this. 5,500 players just an hour ago. It peaked at under 17,000. This is crazy for a game that just launched a couple months ago. And for comparison's sake, Monster Hunter World, which did not launch day and date for what it's worth, it launched on console, I think, a number of months before. But when it did launch on PC, it launched to an all-time peak of 330,000 players. And it took a couple months for it to slowly come down. It launched again, around August time, I believe, and then just a couple of months later, by the end of the year, it was still around 100,000 players. That is a healthy player base, and a lot of people were engaged with the endgame content, and this was a powerful experience. And even to this day, just massively positive experience all around, very positive reviews, probably one of the best Monster Hunter games to date. And then you look at Wild, and I just think it's just really crazy the fact that this game had such a positive impressions from reviewers. Most of them obviously play it on console, but 1.2 million players at launch, and almost all of them are just completely done with this game. They disappeared within a month. It had halved, and then now here we are. It fell off a cliff here from 100,000 and then down to 20,000. And there's some new content coming, but obviously on PC, many players are just checked out, and there's no reason to continue playing with this game until Capcom comes forward with any indication that they're actually going to fix this game. And right now, there isn't that indication. But then we get to this. So this is the main piece of this, video. It's just the fact that, yeah, Wilds has collapsed. It has 1% of its launch players, 82% negative reviews. And I think that really says a lot about how Capcom just doesn't care about their player base, unfortunately. And it's not like this is just reserved to the performance and the visual issues that I talked about a second ago that have plagued this experience. There's also the fact that this game is missing some features and content that many people, thought should have been there. And this is brought up in this Forbes article. It says that, speaking from my personal experiences, Paul Tassi, as someone who sunk maybe 10 total hours into playing Monster Hunter games, I found myself reaching the end, grinding the best gear, and running out of stuff to do relatively quickly into what was supposed to be the end game. Despite some new monsters and new difficulty increases, it's just not enough, and so fans are headed back to Monster Hunter World. And you can see that with those numbers, in which, yeah, it has 26,000 players, just the peak there, versus Monster Hunter Wilds, which is standing at around 16, 17,000 and declining more and more. And yeah, this is just another example that there's many different threads and articles talking about it, but Wilds is missing various content, and its endgame for many people's eyes has been weak so far, and that is definitely a contributor to why this game is struggling, but definitely doesn't seem to be the core issue here. But it is worth mentioning there has been some leaks. There's strong indication that a new title update is coming with new content, but unfortunately, again, no indication that they're solving any of the...
They're not going to solve it either. Like Dragon's Dogma's 2, it does play well, but I don't have the time for it.
People are absolutely pissed about this, and it's brought up in this Forbes article. It says that the first, and this is the big issue everybody's talking about, is the fact that PC performance is horrible, and for many, seemingly getting worse over time, with Capcom's fixes failing or not coming fast enough even months after release. And in my eyes, that is absolutely unacceptable. I think we live in a...
Yeah, this game's old now, too. It's like 2 years old. Like Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma 2.
It's like, okay, we're just going to be the beta testers. But that mentality is getting just...
I'm getting fucking tired of that.
And you can almost sense that these AAA executives...
I mean, we know it, too. I get ragey.
And this is the only way to protest. It's by going on Steam and review bombing.
Like, the game looks good, but it doesn't play like that. It doesn't play like those CGI screens they're showing.
Say, I'm not going to bother with that anytime soon. And that is on the developer, the publisher, Capcom, to change that. And so far, again, we're waiting to hear something from them. And then here we have the Steam page.
In like 5 years, Dragon's Dogma 2 will run
negative.
so well.
17% of the 10,000 user reviews in the last 30 days are positive. Overall score mixed. Again, compare that to Monster Hunter World. Again, 89% positive based on 300,000. And yeah,
because it's optimized
versus this game, which is mixed, and all of it is because of how bad of a port that this is. And this is something that will plague this game until Capcom decides to fix it. And even then, this stuff will probably still stay there. And these user reviews are absolutely fucking brutal. As of May 28th, after 250 hours of gameplay, the game will no longer
This guy's
boot
so
up.
negative now.
It's just crazy. I've tried reinstalling, deleting shader caches, uninstalling,
Yeah, there's no solution to the game being a piece of unoptimized
rolling
shit.
back my NVIDIA drivers, reinstalling a game.
Nope, it won't fix it. It won't fix it. Don't get addicted to that game.
Option at that point. You cannot refund the game. You just
I've been here before.
Experience until Capcom does anything, and again,
people don't talk about it, but that's how Final Fantasy XIV was. It just wasn't optimized. It was a piece of shit. It was a piece of shit. Both my best friend and I, we bought new computers just to play the game, and when we bought the new computer, like the new computer, brand new computer to play a game, like, you know, it didn't work. The game wouldn't play. It would barely play, and it would like crash all the time, and it was like unoptimized, and it was a piece of shit. And like, I don't know, like, and I've been there, I've been through that pain, that ache of like, I just blew $2,000 fucking dollars or $1,500 or something so I could play the game that I want to play, which is Final Fantasy XIV. And I never forgot it. At the end of that, I felt like I kind of pipered my best friend into buying a brand new PC just to play some game with me that we couldn't even play because they took it offline after like a year. And they came back like 2 years later and they're like, here's a real game. And we were like, well, we're over it now. We don't want to play your crappy fucking game, you know? It was so stupid, and I'm dead serious. That's exactly what happened, too. I remember I felt mortified. I was like, oh, my God. My best friend, he spent, like, fucking $1,800 on a computer just so he could play Final Fantasy XIV with me. I won't tell you what I mean. I will tell you what I did. I stole my computer from a LAN cafe because I didn't have money for a computer like that. It was like $2,000. I didn't have $2,000, so I stole a computer to reach Final Fantasy 14. And like, you know, and when he saw that I had a new computer, he got jealous and he bought a brand new computer for like $2,000. We sit down to play Final Fantasy 14 the day it comes out, and we're waiting to the hour. We're like, it's 14 days, 14 day. And then this unoptimized piece of shit just gets fired out, you know, and I will say bugs in the code aren't that common in Japanese games, but apparently unoptimized is a problem sometimes. It is unoptimized games are a problem. Don't get to say that often. Oh, out of fuel. Almost there. Boy, dying sucked. I don't want to die again. Dying sucked. Look how much fucking time it took. I'm almost there, though. God damn it. The mountain's so annoying. The hell is that? That was like a bird or something? There's something up there. Ugh. Get going, get going. Get the fuck going. Let's go, let's go. Do I have a level? It's been days. Like, I guess I don't... I guess I need to run infesteds if I really want XP. God damn it. Eh. At least I don't have a broken leg or whatever. There, see, I can probably go here. This is fine. I don't really want to break the bike. Yeah, I don't want to break the bike, though. So, we'll just take the footway down. I'm learning from Mortal. I bashed my head against cliffs for like 5 years. Something about it, I just like, it's my stubborn, it's my sign, you know, it's my horoscope sign. I'm just stubborn, and I will just bash my head against the fucking mountain over and over again, and I will lose time. And I know this about myself. Something in me believes that I can conquer the mountain. You can't. You have to learn to walk down the mountain. You can't ride you can't ride a horse off of a goddamn mountain. I'll believe that I can, because I believe that I can do anything. But you can't. You can't ride a fucking horse off of a mountain. You can't actually do that. You're going to die. I do it in Mortal all the time. I ride horses off of mountains in Mortal all the goddamn time. And you would think I would learn, but no, I believe in my mind that I can somehow navigate the horse down the fucking mountain or something. And no, it's a mountain. The horse is going to fall. The horse can't run down the mountain. You've got to lead him like a stubborn child. It's fucking dumb. And this is just like that, where I believe for some reason that I can just ride off a cliff with a motorcycle and not eat shit and die. But because it's the Minecraft engine, I'm like, oh, I know the Minecraft engine. That's a joke engine. And the graphics, sorry, not the graphics, but the graphics are a joke too. But no, not just the graphics, but the fucking physics are a joke. They're not that much of a joke. I mean, they're real. If you fall, you fucking die. But I mean, like, you know, it's sort of jokey. It's sort of jokey physics. So I feel like I can exploit it all the time because that's kind of what, like, is fun about Minecraft or whatever. Well, but this leads to this terrible thing where you believe in your fucking head that you can just survive flying off a cliff with a motorcycle. It just sucks. It sort of does. Video games do that to you. They train you to, like, Fortnite trains you to believe that you can drive a fucking motorcycle off a fucking cliff all the time. Because you can. You can just go flying off the fucking top of the world if you want to and land that motorcycle just fine. And so after years of doing that, I sort of just believe that I can do that in every single situation. Ooh, wait, I need this. What? Oh, I have to actually hit it. Okay. Where did the bike go? Oops. I'm almost there, guys. It was only 10 minutes of riding or whatever. I'm almost there. Gotta go get my set. It's like Rust, but it's decent. This game is like Rust for like people for like this game is like an actually decent game. It's not interested in fucking you in the ass. I mean, it is. It's interested in doing that. But it doesn't want to cruelly do that to you. It doesn't want you to cry. The game isn't particularly easy at all. I wouldn't say it's an easy game. I wouldn't say easy has any 7 days to die. No, it's not an easy game. I would not say it's an easy game. They flood you all the fucking time. When they say horde defense, they mean horde defense. How good are you at stop? You saw me die. How good are you at stopping 15 zombies in your fucking face? Because they don't give you a chain gun right the fuck away. How do you deal with that? Do you back up slowly and just get knocked by them all over again? I don't know. Where's my drone? Is my drone here? My drone's here. Yes. Okay, we're back in it. I'm back in it. I have too much stuff now, but that's fine, whatever. The stupid motorcycles, like, Gotta make sure I have my helicopter. There it is. Put it in my inventory. Always keep it on my bar. I'm learning to just keep the helicopter as my permanent mount. I will always keep it on my bar. Look, this ranger station's perfect. I'm gonna be able to get a bunch of the stuff I need to do done here. Are you cold or tired or what? Why do you keep saying, huh, huh? You're not tired. Oh, you're cold. You're cold? Okay. I'm kind of cold. I'm gonna shut my door. But I'm in Snowland right now. There's no real place to hide here. What the hell? Whoa, what's underneath? No, I don't know. I don't care. What's my timer? 90? What's that sound? Oh! Yetis. Well, good. I need one. Ooh, there's like a loot in there. Nice. I'm full. I'm full. So, drone, where are you, drone? Come here. I want to give him bandages, but I didn't make them. I forgot. Yeah, just dump all of it. Yeah, that's got to stay in there. I have extra blocks that I don't need that I'm just going to drop. I'm gonna drink this water and have some food. My inventory got shuffled for some reason, so now I've got to fix it. Gas, splint, lockpicks, bullets, which I do need to address. Yeah, I need to pop another stack of bullets to make sure I don't run out. Very good. Chainsaw goes on the bar. Blueberries don't. We're running the timer now. Did I get the motorcycle? Yes, I did. We're gonna leave. Get up. You're so annoying. Yeah, like, who cares? I didn't take any damage. That's the main thing. I don't care about the repair kits. I'll go get duct tape and stuff. Aloe vera would be better. Gotta get good at the helicopter, because getting in the zone is fucking annoying, and I'm learning to like, do it correctly. That was good land, actually. It's right where I want to be. Ooh, generator. Maybe I'm supposed to... Am I supposed to drill it? No, I think I'm supposed to pop it. Oh, did Begon come here already? I think he did. But he didn't want to pop the generator. I mean, I'll take the 250 metal or whatever it is. Ooh, Yeti. Are you dead? Give me these things. I want the gasoline out of them. Cool, I like the Yeti. The music seems kind of quiet. Oh, because I turned it way down. Okay.
This is just what players are dealing with. Another individual, 77 hours. You will need to have an expensive rig to play this game smoothly. And even then, there seems to be many of those who have those rigs that are still encountering many issues. So that's not a given. Even some of these positive reviews, 180 hours, good gameplay, but badly optimized on PC. Not a good end game. No other core complaints. Some of the other issues that people are talking about. Capcom released another unfinished mode game this time above MSRP, and obviously without finished content to pad the release schedule. 300.
What? I already reloaded! Don't
Another
fuck
one,
with me.
113 hours. Fantastic game, ruined by poor performance. It is playable for me only because of a powerful machine. However, I suggest to stay clear until they fix performance. Every patch is making the game performance worse, and it is shocking that it has got that bad. And this is why this has to be talked about, because Capcom clearly knew that this game was not going to be released in a finished state on PC, and they just did it anyway. And unfortunately, the support that they've given since has been lackluster, and their communication has been pretty much, well, let's just call it what it is, has been dog shit. Monster Hunter Miles, way too short, too easy, too streamlined, too expensive, and runs like trash. 35 hours. Oh god. In general, not a bad game compared to other releases in this series as well as other similar games. It's lacking. This is another person, 300 hours. Save your money. This game needs to cook for an additional 1 to 2 years and get an expansion. If you really want to try out Monster Hunter, then go Monster Hunter World. Another person, 100 hours. 80 hours almost. Since the recent updates, the game is a
Capcom's gone grifter.
Decent setup, and prior to this, it was running smoothly, but my god, WTF. That is the current state of Monster Hunter Wilds on PC. These are the Steam reviews. Overwhelmingly negative. Only 17% are positive, and that is just astonishing. This is some of the comments. Again, this has not just been something that is reserved to Steam. We're seeing many people on the subreddit complaining about it as well. Monster Hunter Wilds is a great game, but the review bombing is justified. I have almost 300 hours into the game. I've basically done all there is to do, and it's a great experience, but the optimization has been consistently horrible for months now. I even upgraded my PC parts to assure that the specifications were met, and it still runs like shit. LOL for $70. That's another big thing that's not being talked enough about. We're seeing all these games, AAA games being, they went from 60 to 70, and then now 70 to 80s. That'll be the next thing. We're already seeing that with a couple of experiences. But we're not seeing an improvement on the optimization front. All we're getting is just more expensive games and nothing at all improved. And I just find that even more unacceptable. You can have an incredible game, but especially for an action game that requires precise movement and quick reactions, performance is more important than ever and incredibly frustrating. I really do hope they listen to feedback and finally prioritize optimization. There's a lot of effort put in this game. It's like a movie having great actors, great attention to detail, and the script is horrible. Another user's just saying this is absolutely sad that this is happening. But look, this is just the AAA games industry. We have been constantly seeing this. I will say most of the time with these, disaster launches, it's also accompanied by the fact that the game has many other issues connected to the actual overall quality. I mean, we just saw that recently with Mind's Eye, but the last time we saw this in which we have this critically acclaimed game at launch, getting massively positive reviews as we see on OpenCritic and Metacritic. I mean, 89 top critic average, that's pretty darn good. Last time we saw that, I think it was a couple of years ago, was Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And yeah, it was hit with massively negative reviews because Respawn and Electronic
I didn't want to fuck with that game because I heard it wasn't optimized, just like Dragon's Dogma 2. I still struggle with Dragon's Dogma 2, and I am going to struggle with it for like 5 years. Eventually, it'll be good.
Because, look, this is Digital Foundry 9 months ago. Patch number 9, improved but still very poor. And this is what they were saying about that game at the time.
Here I've locked the game using triple buffered VSync to 30 FPS, but just running through Kobold looks disastrously unsmooth. Animations are skipping, and the camera covers an uneven distance all the time.
Which is the exact issues that I was running into, and it wasn't even just PC. I believe that I played this on the Series S or PlayStation 5. This was the same exact issue I was running into. Again, just the optimization of this AAA games industry seems to be getting worse and worse. But then another infamous example is The Last of Us Part 1, getting pummeled on Steam. Again, around the same time too, around in 2023. A technical disaster, which feels like a terminology, a phrase that we've been using with so many games the last couple of years. And then here we have Digital Foundry once again just showing off how poorly optimized this is.
Going on here per core. Each core reads and thread reads the exact same here on my Ryzen 5 3600. But just normal walking around this intro area, completely CPU limited, down
insane.
Into the 40s already.
What?
And it's just,
I see it, yeah.
It's just 40s, 45 FPS.
Garbage.
CPU is being hammered into dust.
Flat 60 here in the PS5.
Yeah, like I said, these ports, it's just totally unacceptable that this just keeps on.
Flat 60,
happening.
like that's good.
And for what it's worth, we did
Flat
see
60
this
is
Last of
not
Us Part
good.
2 did improve. This was The Last of Us Part 2, but it still, again, had issues.
One issue that was visible on the PC was how shadows at times would load in far too close to the camera, like you can see here while running forward. This is especially odd to see in the maxed out PC code, as the PS4 Pro back compat code running on PS5 even doesn't have this issue.
Like I said, that definitely was an improvement over The Last of Us Part 1, but I don't know, just the state of these ports, it just continues to be problematic. And with what's happening with Monster Hunter Wilds and Capcom's lack of communication and the patches that they've been putting out, it truly is unacceptable. And yeah, they're going for it in terms of their player base, which is just saying, I've had enough, I'm moving on. And also many of which that I said, I'll just go back to the Monster Hunter world. Now, obviously, there are other contributors to all of this. The fact that the game just doesn't have enough going for it. There's a lot of missing features, content from World to Wild, so a lot of people kind of find astonishing. But yeah, this is the disaster that Capcom is dealing with right now, and they just don't seem to be caring too much. And that really is unfortunate for a player base that really is waiting for answers and really wanting a smooth experience. But it seems like in this day and age, and in 2025, that's really hard to come
M60
by
machine
with,
gun.
many different AAA developers and publishers. But anyway, what do you make of Monster Hunter Wilds? Have you checked it out? Do you plan to, or are you steering away because of the performance issues? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below, but thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this.
Wait, okay. It's all right. All right. $80 range damage as opposed to 60. It has got a bigger mag. $60 mag size. This one's got 60 mag size. No, there's no reason to use this. Oh, I'm taking damage, am I? Oh shit, yes I am, yeah. So where's my helicopter? Where's the helicopter? Oh god, the helicopter. Go, go, go. Oh. Oops. Helicopter, go. See, that's how a vehicle animation should be. Just like that. You're like in it. You're shut in. Hurry up, this is hurting me. I think I had better luck running the border, kind of, and looking for spawns in snow. I don't know. I'm not really hurting the heli flying like this, which is cool. It's making me a better fly person. Let's spend some time out. That was everything, huh? I gotta go queue again. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Now, if I'm gonna stand there and get random spawn, I would prefer if it was Yeti in snow. I need my timer to run upwards, though. Go back to the main page. It's 9 o'clock. I should eat something, although I will be up late, so it doesn't really matter. GameSpot's Death Stranding 2 review is disgusting. But I don't really want to get stuck on Legacy Killer, although he did pass some time pretty good. There's a new Wendigang, the horrific spree and cover-up of Dr. Death. Yeah, we'll do that first, and then we'll break with a new Legacy Killer from yesterday. This is the and then I'll do a Nord Jasmine, and that's a lot of good content. I'm just gonna run it.
Hi guys, welcome to my YouTube channel.
Oh, I need to change my channel.
I had to put on my reaching hat. Hear me out.
The search continues for 2 missing boys in California City. The community has been constantly involved, trying to help the
What
police in
happened
any
here?
way
You
they
loaded the wrong one. What? Like load full? What? I mean, what? Okay, there. So let's cue her last. Here we go.
Slowly count backwards from 10. 10, 9, 8. Slowly count backwards from 10. 10, 9, 8. By 7, you've drifted off to a deep drug-induced sleep. In this state of total vulnerability, you lay on an operating table in a room full of strangers. You trust them, I mean, after all, these strangers are nurses and doctors, well-trained, well-qualified medical professionals who have dedicated their entire adult lives to this. I mean, most of our parents would have been ecstatic if we told them we wanted to be doctors. Mine certainly were before I dropped out and became a YouTuber. You're welcome, Mom. Doctors and nurses are often referred to as heroes, and there's few people in modern society that you can trust more than these people to be around you and to take care of you. Or you hope. But what if, instead of a hero, the person with the scalpel was a complete monster? A serial mutilator claiming his victims in broad daylight, surrounded by colleagues. I want you to think of the worst person you have personally ever known. Picture them in your head. Now, think about the terrible things they've done and who. Well, I'm willing to bet that none of those people are worse than the man I'm going to talk about today. Meet Christopher Duntsch. Also known as Christopher Duntsch, MD, also known as Dr. Death. We're going to go ahead and get into the story of Dr. Death, but as always, thank you for watching. Christopher Daniel Duntsch was born in Montana in 1971, but grew up in an upscale suburb of Memphis, Tennessee. His father was a physical therapist and Christian missionary. His mother was a school teacher. Duntsch was raised in a devout household, polite, driven, and relentlessly goal-oriented. I mean, his dad was a physical therapist and a missionary, and his mom was a school teacher. It's hard to get more apple pie idealistic than that. Before medicine, there was football. Duntsch enrolled at Millsaps College in Mississippi to play Division III football. But a small football program at an equally small college wasn't nearly enough glory for him. After a year, he transferred to Colorado State University, a D1 school, where he joined the practice squad as a walk-on linebacker. His coaches said he lacked discipline, and teammates described him as erratic and arrogant. So not good enough for a future in football, he pivoted. Duntsch returned to Memphis and enrolled at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center, where he pursued not one, but 2 advanced degrees. One of which was a Doctor of Medicine, or MD, and the other was a PhD in molecular cell biology. So, you know, very standard, not at all lofty goals. He spent nearly 15 years in and around that institution. And if you're thinking to yourself, wow, 2 degrees and 15 years in school, he must have learned a lot. And yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? Duntsch's personal life remains mostly a mystery. From what limited information exists out there, he frequented strip clubs and spent an exorbitant amount of money there. But it paid off, depending on your definition of paid off, because one night he met a stripper named Wendy, who became his long-term girlfriend, and while they never married, they did have 2 children together. As the public would learn much later, Duntsch struggled in medical school. He reportedly needed multiple attempts to pass his Step 1 board exam, a critical test necessary for acquiring a medical license. For those who are familiar with college, typically taking a longer time in college is a bad thing instead of a good thing. It's not like if you stick around long enough, you unlock some secret classes that no one else knows about. At least, I don't think so. Again, I dropped out. His performance in clinical rotations was described as erratic, which, funny enough, as mentioned earlier, is also what his teammates called him in college. And he barely met the threshold for surgical residency. Or residency, in other words, the first few years of training you get after you get your medical degree. So how did he become a neurosurgeon, which is one of the most difficult areas of medicine to get into? Well, the answer is because, on paper, he looked like a rock star. Duntsch completed a 6-year neurosurgery residency at UT Memphis and followed it with a prestigious spine fellowship, where he was supposed to develop hands-on surgical experience. But during that fellowship, he only performed a handful of surgeries, some say fewer than a dozen. The rest were all observations, assistant roles, and administrative work. One of his colleagues would later tell the Dallas Morning News that Duntsch wasn't even considered a good student. He wasn't known for his surgical skills, but for his self-promotion, and that's where Duntsch truly excelled. That's because around this time, he founded a biotech startup called Discgenics, which, believe it or not, has nothing to do with frisbee discs or eugenics. I checked. The pitch was revolutionary stem cell treatments for degenerative conditions. It had taken attention to big money. The startup raised millions in capital, built a board of directors, and Dr. Duntsch portrayed himself as a cutting-edge innovator. People believed in him because he sounded like aliens. His emails read like a startup prospects. He referred to himself as the neurosurgeon, which is hilarious coming from someone who barely knows forms. But his involvement in the company came to a refreshing and long-term divorce with reality. Remember, kids, if you don't have the skills to get the job, lying about yourself can only get you so far. Eventually, someone's going to make you for business. Dunch claimed to be a collaborative partner behind the technology, but in fact, she just represented his name on the patent with a real brand behind the company. This is still in use today, but the company distances itself from Dunch, not only because of the whole rubber stamping his name thing, but also the rest of it. Calling two racial concerns about his competence were initially dismissed as jealous or overly cautious, but after all, God had the breeze, the clout, and the confidence in what he was saying. Well, in 2011, Dunch moved from Memphis to Dallas, Texas, where he was hired by the Baylor Regional Medical Center in Plano, which today is the Baylor Scott and White Health Center. He signed on with a yearly salary of $600,000 per year,
what?
a bonus structure, and $15,000 in relocation expenses. The bonuses were basically a commission, where his salary would be repaid back to the hospital through the surgical income he brought in. This is a lot of money, and the expectation was that his surgical calendar would easily cover his salary and provide a sizable profit to the hospital. They wanted him to move quickly, so they granted him surgical privileges almost immediately. Again, this guy was seen as a big deal because he touted himself as such. And with that, he began operating on patients' spines. Baylor Plano was technically registered as a not-for-profit, but they ran very much like a traditional business. And Dunch was a significant investment. They planned to promote his services and tout his expertise to everyone in the area. After moving to Plano, his girlfriend Wendy became pregnant with their first child. And almost as fast as he started operating on patients, Dunch began having an affair with another woman, Kimberly Morgan, an advanced nurse practitioner who served as his assistant and was present for many of his future surgeries. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, this doctor had a problem of frequenting strip clubs where he met his girlfriend, who is now about to have his child, who he then begins cheating on with one of the nurses who works at the place he just got hired. And combined with that, barely passing grades, minimal surgical experience, questionable training,
douchebag doctor
all
of death.
He was still handed a scalpel and entrusted with the lives of dozens of people. For some of his patients, that trust would prove fatal. And for even more of them, it would be the last time they were ever whole. Now, before I continue, we're about to get into the rough stuff. He hurt a lot of people in a lot of brutal ways, and I'm not going to shy away from the details. So if you just want to hear more about the case itself and how it turned out, there will be a timestamp on screen now to skip to. But for the rest of you, as mentioned, viewer discretion advised. What can only be described as a torture spree began in November of 2011 when Ken Fennell visited Baylor Plano to address the pain in his lower back. Before the surgery, Dunch bragged that he was the best surgeon in Dallas, that no other surgeons knew what they were doing, and that he was going to take over the city. You know, normal things for a surgeon to say. He said the Dallas Mavericks were going to hire him as a team doctor. And after the surgery, Dunch told Ken and his loved ones it went great. It worked. But it didn't work. Ken was still in tremendous pain and would later discover that Dunch had operated on the wrong part of Ken's back. Unaware of this at the time, they went back to Dunch, who recommended a second surgery. Ken Fennell went back under Dunch's lead. See, Fennell just knew that his back was hurting. He assumed that surely the doctor hadn't worked on the wrong place on his back. That's exactly what happened and led to the false trust for Dunch to operate again. When Fennell woke up this time, he was paralyzed from the waist down and felt like there was a fire burning inside of his legs. Dunch had taken out a chunk of Ken's femoral nerve, forcing him into months of rehab just to be able to walk with the help of a cane. Still suffering constant pain in his leg, Ken had to close his commercial window business, losing everything. And believe it or not, Ken Fennell was just one of many. Weeks later, on December 8th, 2011, Dunch operated on Lee Passmore, an investigator with the Collin County Medical Examiner's Office. Like so many of Dunch's patients, Passmore was referred to Dunch by his pain specialist. Mark Hoyle, a vascular surgeon who assisted in the operation, later testified that he observed Dunch cutting out a ligament next to the spinal cord, which isn't normally touched in an operation like this. Typically, if someone has, back pain, you don't rip out a ligament. Even worse, Dunch actually lost hardware in Passmore's spine, and then stripped the screw that kept the hardware in place, which meant that the hardware is just stuck there. To this day, that stripped screw is still poking into Lee's spinal canal.
It's Dr. Nick.
To be removed because doctors believe if they do, he might bleed to death. And as a result, Lee Passmore has described his life as constant and excruciating pain because once again, there is a screw constantly digging into his spinal cord. Dr. Hoyle claims that he was horrified by what he was witnessing, that at one point he either grabbed the scalpel or blocked the incision. He later vowed never to return to the operating room with Dunch again. But sadly, other people around Dunch didn't share that sentiment. A few weeks later, Barry Morgulov was referred by a pain clinic to Dunch for a spinal fusion, a procedure that joins two vertebrae together with a metal plate. Morgulov had injured his back unloading trucks, and Dunch vowed to help him walk the pain again. In terms of what neurosurgeons do, a spinal fusion is relatively simple. Or simple is kind of too dumb of a word for it. It's more straightforward or standard. I don't really think any kind of neurosurgery could be described as simple, but once again, college dropout. During Mr. Morgulov's procedure,
Dropped him quick.
Dunch nicked the patient's vertebral artery and struggled to effectively place the metal plate in the right location. Morgulov ended up in more pain than before and lost feeling in his left leg. Fellow Dr. Randall Kirby, who assisted in this surgery, later wrote in a complaint to the Texas Medical Board that Dunch struggled with the basics, with a performance more in line with a first or second year resident, which makes sense considering he barely made it out of his first or second year residency. Quote, his performance was pathetic, and yet he had no apparent insight into how bad his technique was. Another of Dunch's victims wasn't just a patient, but a close friend, Jerry Summers. Summers moved with Dunch to Dallas from Tennessee in order to help him launch his practice. A lot of us have friends, but not a lot of us have a lot of friends that are willing to move to a different state with us in order to launch our business. A car accident left Summers with chronic neck pain, and so he asked his longtime friend to operate on him. Just as he had with his patients, Dunch did much worse. During the surgery, he damaged Summers' vertebral artery, leading to massive blood loss. To slow the flow of blood, Dunch used so much anticoagulant silicone that it constricted Summers' spine and removed so much bone from his spine that Summers' head was no longer secured to his body. I'm not kidding. So much bone was removed that his head was no longer correctly attached, at least according to the skeleton. Any one of these instances, for anyone else, is like a career go-to-hell immediately kind of mistake. Someone comes to you because they were in a car crash and now have back pain, and whoops, now their head's not attached. Summers woke up paralyzed from the waist down. He would later describe his experience, saying, quote, as soon as I woke up, I couldn't move my arms or my legs. It felt like a big pile of bricks was on my body and my head was sticking out. One of the only functions he had. Jerry Summers called out, begging for help, and was attended to by Angelina Fusco. Fusco was a nurse, and Summers told Fusco that the night before, he and Dunch had done cocaine together. It would normally be surprising to hear about a neurosurgeon doing cocaine the night before surgery, but for this guy, that's like the most normal thing at this point. Later in court, Summers walked back those claims about doing cocaine the night before with Dunch, and in doing so, he also made what might be one of the dumbest excuses I've ever heard. So dumb, in fact, I'm not even going to repeat it. You know that's a lie, of course I am. He claims the reason he made up the cocaine lie is because he wanted to get the attention of the nurses, and getting the attention of the nurses would cause them to get the attention of Dunch to come into his room after he woke up from the surgery. So he says he made up that whole story because that would attract nurses, and therefore they would either tell Dunch or the presence of nurses would attract him. Or alternatively, he could have just asked for Dunch rather than saying he did cocaine with him the night before. Almost makes you think maybe he did do cocaine with him the night before. Crazy thought. In the same patient notes where she had recorded the story about the cocaine, Fusco also wrote that she heard Summers tell Dunch's assistant that he was going to, quote, blow it all up. You know what I'm talking about. What's going on, end quote. Dunch allegedly, at hearing this, threatened Summers back, but it's hard to imagine what more Dunch could have done to his friend at this point. The surgery left Summers a quadriplegic, and he died in early 2021 of an infection related to his paralysis. Summers may have known more than he was letting on initially. Tragically, he would not be the only fatality at the hands of Dr. Death. Following Summers' operation, Dunch was restricted to only minor surgeries. Crazy thought, about time, and was ordered to complete a psychological evaluation, which he somehow passed. He would continue taking on patients, but only for routine procedures. Which again, routine, pretty loose word for neurosurgery. I don't know how after the stuff this guy's done, how for one he wasn't arrested, but even if you think everything's a legitimate accident, at least having his medical license stripped, and if for some reason he still has to work at the hospital, don't let that guy do anything more than like putting on a band-aid. Even then, you gotta check the Band-Aid for sharp edges. One of these routine procedures was for a school librarian named Kelly Martin, who needed a spinal decompression surgery. Yeah, routine, real non-intrusive stuff. A spinal decompression surgery. She had injured herself after falling off a ladder while taking down Christmas decorations and needed a torn piece of disc material, which was compressing the nerves in her back, repaired.
Oops.
This would ideally alleviate her pain. But during the operation, Dunch cut too far near the spine and slashed a major blood vessel. While extremely rare normally, a complication like this isn't completely unheard of, especially for Dunch. What was unheard of was the behavior that followed. Behavior that can be described as cold, psychotic, and possibly delusional.
Get off me.
I need you all to bear with me on this one, okay? I'm not kidding. After he cut the blood vessel, Dunch just ignored it. While cutting someone open, he just ignored the internal bleeding, while denying to the operating room staff that there was even a problem. On her way out of surgery, Martin was described as cold and clammy, with various signs of disrupted blood flow, probably from the bleeding. She was soon admitted to the ICU, where she was worked on for 3 hours, but the injury could not be reversed without cooperation from Dunch, who simply denied anything had happened. Kelly Martin was pronounced dead from the simplest and most basic kind of surgery a spinal surgeon can perform. The fact that he is not immediately arrested, like, sure, accidents happen in surgery maybe once, and then that person isn't allowed to work anymore and stuff like that, but 2 people are dead now, and way more have been permanently injured in injuries that shouldn't make any sense. I mean, this time he had an entire room of people saying, hey, she's bleeding, and he's just like, no, she's not. This sounds like one of those stories you hear about in like the 1920s, before there was internet or like good documentation on people. So the doctor could just like botch a surgery, then go from one hospital to the other. But no, this is in 2011 with modern tech and records and the same hospital. After the procedure, Dunch resigned from Baylor Plano, not even fired, resigned. And you would think this would be the end of the video, that Dunch was immediately sentenced to prison where he would be off our streets and out of our hospitals. But instead, Dr. Christopher Dunch was hired at the Dallas Medical Center in July of 2012. Less than a year later. That's so cool. So, of course, within a week of him starting there, Dunch was inexplicably already back in an operating room. His next victim was a woman named Floella Brown. Brown was there for something called a cervical fusion. The surgery was actually going well until operating room nurse Kyle Kissinger said Dunch soon began complaining that there was too much bleeding. He had slashed one of the 2 major blood vessels, sound familiar, supplying blood to Miss Brown's brain. In an attempt to stop the bleeding, he put too much pressure on the vessel and blocked it off, which prevented blood and therefore oxygen
Damn
from getting
mosquito
to
in
her
here.
brain. Surgery closed out and Brown went into recovery, where she said she felt okay and took visits from family. But by 5 o'clock the next morning, Brown was convulsing and lost consciousness. Hospital staff tried contacting Dunch, but couldn't get a hold of him for several hours. When he finally arrived back at the hospital, he was late, disheveled, and wearing the same scrubs he'd been wearing for 3 straight days. And I know you're probably thinking, don't all scrubs look alike? Like, how do they know that it was the same scrubs he's been wearing for 3 days? Well, I'm glad you asked, imaginary person who I just made up for the sake of this video. They knew it was the same set of scrubs because they had a giant hole in the butt. Not only was this guy a monster that was getting people killed, but he was very unhygienic and generally gross. But sure, yeah, hire that guy for an operating room. Why not? As soon as he walked in, Dunch was told that there was something seriously wrong with Floella Brown, and that she was in the ICU needing his help. But instead of helping her, Dunch reportedly responded with little concern and proceeded to carry out a different surgery instead. How does a hospital let him perform another surgery while the previous patient is dying in the ICU? Floella Brown died of blood loss and stroke while Dunch was in another operating room. In an operating room, operating on a 71-year-old Mary Efford, who had been prepped for a non-emergency
He was doing 2
procedure.
surgeries
While
botched
operating
at
on
the
her,
same
Dunch
time.
was reportedly distracted, preoccupied with what he should do about Brown, who, unbeknownst to his staff, was on the verge of dying in the ICU. While mid-surgery on Efford, Dunch argued with staff and hospital officials about what to do with Brown. He wanted to perform something called a craniotomy on her, which is a highly advanced surgery that requires drilling a hole into a patient's skull to relieve pressure on the brain. Before the horror movie people out there, the risky surgery that Jigsaw gets in Saw 3. But there was two massive problems with this. For starters, Dunch was still supposed to be limited to minor procedures as a result of the summer surgery and was not cleared for something of this magnitude. Keep in mind, there is someone in the ICU dying after the stuff he got cleared from since Summers, and there's another one under his knife right now. Second, his operating room didn't have the necessary equipment to perform brain surgery. His only option was to have Brown transferred to another facility, but he refused to do so. Meanwhile, at around the same time Floella Brown passed away, Mary Efford awoke from her surgery, unable to feel her legs. To make sure we're all on the same page with this is all within a week of him getting hired at the Dallas Medical Center. Within a week, again, the only reason he's here is because he resigned from the last place because people died. He is now here for 1 week. One person's dying in the ICU. He refuses to send them somewhere they can actually get help. And then the person who wakes up from surgery midway through, as he's arguing about this other person who's dying in the ICU, says she can't feel her legs. The Dallas Medical Center immediately suspended Dunch's surgery privileges, thank God, and called in Dr. Robert Henderson, who was a pioneer of modern spinal surgery, to try and salvage Mary's back. Henderson found her condition so appalling that he filmed his revision surgery thinking no one would believe what Dunch had done. In fact, after Henderson got into Mary's back, the condition was so bad that he called the University of Tennessee thinking that perhaps Dunch was an imposter who had never been to medical school. And while yes, the mentality is the big things that everyone talks about with this case, what happened to Mary Efford is most important to her.
No, he's just Dr. Nick.
Video, since it was the one that got found out. It was the one that Henderson freaked out so much about he recorded, and it kind of blew the lid on a lot of what Dunch was doing. But there were so many other people with equally horrible stories from their time under the knife of Dr. Death. Even after Dunch's departure from Dallas Medical Center, where he was suspended from operating, other medical facilities still offered him surgical positions. I'm going to break something, including Southampton Community Hospital in Dallas and Legacy Surgery Center in Frisco, Texas, where he operated on Jeff Cheney, Jacqueline Troy, and Marshall Tex Muse. I guess phones just don't exist at hospitals or any form of communication. As we all know, when you go into a hospital, it's like a pocket dimension, and it's Las Vegas rules. What happens there stays there. Jeff Cheney went in for a procedure to address the pain that was running up and down his arm, and woke up with the right side of his body paralyzed after Dunch cut part of his spinal cord. Jacqueline Troy was left barely able to speak above a whisper after Dunch cut her vocal cords, one of her arteries, and poked holes in her trachea on accident. There was also Marshall Tex Muse, who Dunch rushed into surgery after looking at some x-rays. Tex read about the death of Kelly Martin online the night before the surgery, and when he called Dunch to ask him about it, Dunch cursed him out and blamed her death on an allergic reaction to the anesthetic, which of course was a lie. It's really tragic because you can tell that Tex had some fear about going into surgery under his knife. I mean, he read that he just had a patient die, calls him about it, but this guy's a doctor. If he says that the anesthetic caused it, then who's Tex to argue? Tex went through with the surgery and woke up in so much pain that Dunch prescribed him enough medication to, quote, kill the patient, according to a pharmacist who refused to fill Tex's refill. Dunch told Tex that his pain level was normal and that he was overreacting. But Tex spiraled and became addicted to the meds, lost his job and his wife as a result. It's so frustrating this guy gets to, breathe and live on a normal life as he wastes other people's around him. I need bad things to happen to him. There was also Pam Trusty, who luckily was not physically harmed by Dunch, but during a follow-up visit with the doctor, she told him she was still in pain. These complaints were dismissed and ignored, and instead, they asked her to appear in a video to talk about how great of a doctor Dunch was. According to him, he had been selected as the top neurosurgeon in Dallas, and the video was part of him accepting the award. There was no such award, and the video was used for a paid advertisement for him and his practice. So not only, of course, was he getting people killed and ruining their lives and paralyzing them under the scalpel, but he was also lying to people to get a free commercial. Not only was he testing the patience of every judicial body and medical board in the country, but now he was incurring the wrath of the FTC. Dunch's reign of terror finally came to a close on June the 10th, 2013. It was in 2013 that Jeff Glidewell was having back pain from a motorcycle crash that happened in 2004. When he woke up, similar to other patients, Jeff was unable to feel his feet, move his left arm, or speak. Dunch had told Glidewell's wife that he had to abort the surgery because he found a potentially cancerous tumor. Just for the class, anyone out there want to guess if this was even a little bit, microscopically true? Dr. Randall Kirby, one of the doctors mentioned earlier who spoke against Dunch, was called in to try to fix the damage, and after transferring Mr. Glidewell to a different hospital, Dr. Kirby determined that the incision was in the wrong place. That's right, just in the wrong place, wherever Dunch wanted. Dunch had apparently put a hole the size of a silver dollar in Glidewell's esophagus, taken out a nerve, cut an artery, and then left a sponge inside of Jeff's body that caused an infection. Not only was he cutting in the wrong place and pulling stuff out, but he was leaving some gifts as well. Kirby described Glidewell as septic and said, quote, he had a bad blood-borne infection. Pus was pouring out of his neck along with saliva. Dunch left the sponge inside of Glidewell because if he tried to pull the sponge out of Glidewell, he would have bled to death due to the aforementioned cut artery. As Dr. Kirby explained, leaving a sponge inside of someone is not a long-term solution. Quote from Dr. Kirby, I have never seen a case like Mr. Glidewell's. This was attempted murder, and it wasn't the first time. In my opinion, we had a serial killer in our medical community. And thank God someone is speaking like a normal person in the middle of this. It's also just insane to me, I'm sure in other cases it's better regulated and more people are watching, but, Dunch wasn't in these operating rooms by himself. There were teams of other, doctors, anesthesiologists, nurses around. The idea that someone can come in and everyone's like, all right, we're doing arm surgery. And then Dunch is like, actually, I'm going to cut over here, and I'm going to take some of this stuff, and those other things, I'm going to cut those too. And everyone's like, all right, whatever you say, doc. And with that, finally, Dunch's medical license was suspended. It would take half a year for it to be completely revoked in December of 2013. By then, 33 patients had come through the operating room of a man we now call Dr. Death. Some, as mentioned, had died. Many were paralyzed. Others were maimed, silenced, or living in permanent, untreatable pain. And yet, Dunch was free. What's so frustrating is despite the number of people that were hurt, despite the number of people that were dead, Dunch was still out there. Not only that, he was making a great doctor's salary as he was doing it. If you're like me, you're probably wondering how he was allowed to get away with this and why it took so long for him to suffer any real consequences, and I promise we'll get to that. But for now, let's talk about the arrest and trial. 2015, the case of Mary Efford landed on the desk of the Dallas County Criminal District Attorney's Office. By this point, 4 civil lawsuits had already been filed against Dunch, but as you know, civil charges aren't criminal. Civil damages are usually covered by malpractice insurance, leaving doctors largely protected from accountability in terms of the law. See, what prosecutors didn't charge Dunch with was criminal intent or something close. Lucky for them, they found it. In the files of one of the civil attorneys, prosecutors discovered an email Dunch had sent to his girlfriend / medical assistant / affair partner in 2011. Days before he operated on the passport.
You mean murder
See, what was hard
partner.
for prosecutors is it was hard to say in court that this guy was demented and trying to hurt people versus him just being a really bad surgeon. Well, in this email, it was more like a stream of consciousness.
What's the difference?
Clearly written while he was hungry.
No!
One line stood out, quote, I am ready to become a cold-blooded killer. Another line said, quote, what I am being is what I am, one of a kind. A stone-cold killer that can buy or own or steal or ruin or build whatever he wants, end quote. So that, to me, I'm not a prosecutor or a judge or anything, but that sounds pretty dead to rights. This wasn't just ego. It was unhinged, narcissistic, and violent. But none of those qualities are against the law. In each of the few cases in which a doctor has been criminally charged, precedent states that prosecutors must prove a clear, undeniable intent to harm. More specifically, you must prove a reckless disregard for human life. So prosecutors pick their strongest case, Mary Efford, the 71-year-old woman paralyzed from a spinal fusion. Because Efford was over 65, they could also charge Dunch with injury to an elderly individual, a crime with a wide sentencing range from a third-degree felony all the way to first degree. So Mary Efford seemed to be their strongest case, and there was also the most documentation about it, again because Henderson came in to repair Dunch's work and took so much documentation. They added 5 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which in this case, the weapons were the surgical tools, the scalpel itself counting as assault with a deadly weapon. In July of 2015, the district attorney sealed the indictments and waited as the Dallas Police Department coordinated the takedown. At this time, Dunch was living in Colorado, visiting Dallas once a month to see his kids. Law enforcement was afraid of tipping off and scaring him away, but on July the 21st, Dallas PD swarmed the doctor's hotel room near the Plano Legacy Medical Center and placed him under arrest. Detectives interviewed Dunch, who insisted his patients were 90% better, which is not. I don't want a 10% margin of error from a surgeon. Even his lies weren't good enough. Further fueling questions about whether or not this was ego, delusion, denial, or some combination of all the above. Regardless of the why, the what was that Dr. Death was finally going to go to court and stay in trial for the things he had done. In January of 2017, Christopher Dunch faced 6 former patients. Lee Passmore, Barry Murgeloff, Jerry Summers, Kelly Martin, Luella Brown, and Mary Efford, all mentioned earlier. Mary Efford's case took center stage early in the trial, but each of the victims spoke about their experience, at least all the victims who were still around to speak of their experience. Each testimony laid out a trail of damage committed by Dunch, as prosecutors established that his motives were not only systemically reckless, but intentional. There was also testimony from those who had worked in the operating rooms with him, including the hospital staff in Mary Efford's OR.
Please let me go! No! You fucked me! You fucked me, developer! Why did you force me to go backwards? Goes like one step from the border, you fucking shithead!
Soft tissue. He amputated a nerve root, leaving Miss Efford with a permanent drop foot, meaning she would never walk right again. He left the screws in her back so loose that they would move when you touched them. It wasn't just negligent, it was deliberate. Mechanical butchery with no regard for human life. Christopher Dunch's ego was the only thing that mattered to him. It was all he saw. And things like that go beyond recklessness or stupidity, right? Like, anyone who is in any situation knows if the screw's wobbling around, it's not tight enough in there. Normally, I'm worried about that when I'm putting together a desk or bookcase. Now, imagine how careful you would be if shoving a screw into someone's spine. Over a period of 8 days, 39 witnesses recounted their own personal encounters with the atrocities of Dr. Death. The trial was described as cathartic for many of the patients. They got a chance to share their experience and be heard, in some cases for the very first time. Many of them bonded, brought together by their shared grief. One source called this, quote, one of the most rewarding and unexpected results of the trial. Every medical and ethical safeguard that was put in place meant to prevent this very thing had failed. The hospitals, the peer reviews, the state boards and psychological exam, even the oath doctors swear to uphold. But where legislation and checks and balances had fallen short, an unlikely hero emerged. A jury of 12. Together, they did what everyone else within the system had failed to do and was supposed to do. They stopped Dr. Death. After only 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Christopher Dunch guilty of first-degree felony injury to an elderly individual. And when it came time for his sentencing, it took less than an hour for them to sentence Dunch to life in prison. During sentencing, prosecutors stated Dunch's patients had collectively lost over 23 liters of blood, when all the surgeries combined should have lost, at most, 2. Quote from the jury, the defendant did everything wrong a spine surgeon could do, and we argue that he deserved the same lifelong sentence he gave to his patients. Between them and Dr. Kirby, there are at least some people in here I like, who are actually speaking words that make sense to me instead of whatever allowed this guy to keep doing what he was doing in the first place. At this point, 2 main questions remain about this case. The aforementioned why, or motive, and the how, as in, how did he get away with this for so long? The why is a complicated one. We know that Dunch had used drugs, LSD, cocaine, alcohol. He abused Xanax, Oxycontin, and Lortab. Lortab? I've never even heard of that before.
I have. I like Lortabs. Lortabs are great.
Oh my gosh. He operated on patients while under the influence, drinking vodka and orange juice in the morning and showing up to work hungover. I mean, you would hope that that would at least get a guy fired. Like, maybe not lose his medical license, but if a neurosurgeon shows up to the operating room...
You know, Law and Order did an episode about this.
Like, I've got friends who are commercial pilots, and they talk about bottle to throttle rules. which is, I think it's like 8 or 12 hours, but you can't have had a drink within 8 to 12 hours of getting in the cockpit of a plane. And that makes sense to me. And you have a co-pilot there. So if that's the rule for flying a plane, I think a neurosurgeon should be like a day or something. According to prosecutors, Dunch had a pattern in which he would go on a multi-day cocaine bender while still operating on patients. After 2 to 4 days of this, he'd crash for a day or two, becoming unreachable by anyone at the hospital, including for urgent matters regarding his patients. This explains the period of dead air when they were trying to contact him after a few of these incidents. But drug abuse doesn't really explain everything, right? I mean, it's one thing to not own up to an error,
he's a
but
psycho.
it's another matter entirely when the mistake costs someone
He was a
their
serial
ability to
killer.
walk or their life. Being hungover while operating doesn't excuse the complete lack of empathy. Maybe his sense of entitlement came from the fact that he either failed up or gamed the system his entire career, dating back to his student days.
It's
I have no idea how he managed to get multiple degrees or finish.
People are generally incompetent. Even the ones that get paid 200 grand and shit like this, or all the nurses. People are incompetent. That's how this happens. You can count on
that
it.
far without even really earning it might have been enough to give him the false confidence that he could do
And they
whatever
were
he
paying
wanted.
him like
And with
600 grand a
hospitals that
year.
incompetent, It seems he was right, at least for a while.
Why does he have that
One
much
colleague said Dunch
money?
believed he was creating a legacy, that he wanted to be remembered as a brilliant innovator, a pioneer in spinal injury.
What?
But with each patient he maimed, each life ruined, the legacy he built turned into something very different. Maybe he was desperate to prove something to his colleagues, to the world, to himself.
That you're
Or maybe
incompetent?
he knew exactly what he was doing. He just didn't care. Maybe he was just a sadist who wanted to hurt people. Who knows? As for how Dunch was able to get away with this, the short answer, as I said previously, is the system. For starters, there is a certain culture in medicine. While unspoken, doctors know that saying negative things about another doctor on the record is pretty much forbidden. Medicine can be an inexact science, and different patients sometimes respond differently to the same treatments. Put another way, even good doctors have bad outcomes. So unless another doctor was in a room when the surgery took place, it's hard for another doctor to call out a doctor and say that they did something wrong. Perhaps it was just the procedure that didn't work the way we wanted it to. But I also think that part of why doctors refrain from bad-mouthing the mistakes of fellow doctors is because they know on some level that they'll make a mistake too. Now again, this doesn't apply to Dr. Death, who was cutting people's arteries left and right, but if you have a practice for several years and someone has a similar practice to you and then they cause a reasonable accident one time, well, I mean, you don't want to call that guy out because that could be you a week from now. Again, this is assuming that people didn't have the full context around Dr. Death that we do now. And with this hush-hush culture in place, they're shielded from internal criticism and therefore from outside criticism. Eventually, Dunch's errors were so egregious that any benefit of the doubt that would normally be given to a surgeon of his supposed caliber eroded away. I mean, you gotta realize, Dunch was hailed as a guy who had all these degrees and was an expert in the field. If you were going to swing at him, you better not miss. But eventually, it became too easy not to, as nurses, residents, and even fellow doctors started raising flags about his behavior. But the system continued to let down the victims by ignoring those complaints, instead choosing profits over people. Having a neurosurgeon in the building was just too valuable to places that employed him. Up to $2.6 million in annual revenue can be added to a hospital's bottom line from neurosurgeries. Insurance payouts, Medicare reimbursement, individual patient billing. Looking the other way from Dunch's behavior wasn't a mistake, it was a calculated business move. And that's how evils like this are allowed to take place. Even though, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, that Baylor Plano was technically a not-for-profit hospital, it wasn't a non-profit. And the distinction between those two phrases is important, because there is a subtle but important difference between the two. A non-profit hospital is a strictly defined entity that has to meet specific operational criteria and fall into its own category. A not-for-profit is mostly defined by its stated purpose, which is that its primary goal is to provide care to the community versus turning a profit for investors. But that doesn't mean it isn't allowed to provide a return on investment to those stakeholders. Whereas in a nonprofit, it is an entirely, or at least an ideally entirely ethical venture. And a not-for-profit, well, that's, our main goal, but we can also make money if, the need arises. And while it shouldn't be the case, those financial ambitions, unfortunately, do make all the difference in the kind of care you receive when you become a patient. It matters a lot if someone's bottom line's at stake. A study performed by the American Heart Association found that a certain procedure called a carotid artery stent utilization, or CAS, which is one of the most expensive heart procedures in medicine, was performed at for-profit hospitals by a far larger margin than they were at hospitals labeled as non-profits. Unsurprisingly, CAS procedures were recommended more frequently by physicians at for-profit hospitals than non-profits too. And that's just one example. So even though the employees and various personnel at Baylor Medical heavily suspected Dunch of abusing drugs and that he had performed surgery while under the influence, they never obtained a drug test or investigated his strange behavior. They buried reports about him, and it wasn't until after his license had been suspended that Baylor Plano searched his office.
Because they're overworked. They overwork. They have jobs
Towards
to
the end of
do.
his time there, they finally requested drug tests, even offering a title bump as a reward. But he turned them down, then dodged at least 5 scheduled drug tests, and yet Baylor still let him continue to work for them.
What?
It wasn't ignorance, it was a blind eye. And that wasn't even the worst part. After Dunch killed Kelly Martin and permanently disabled Jerry Summers, even after Summers reported that they had done cocaine together the night before his surgery, Baylor provided Dunch with a letter of recommendation on the same day he resigned.
What?
A letter of recommendation that helped him get hired at the
Good
Dallas
old
Medical
boys.
shortly thereafter, where he murdered
This is
Phil
what it's
Brown
like to be
and butchered
white.
Mary Efford in a matter of days. It wasn't just him resigning so he wouldn't have to face the consequences. They gave him a care package that let him kill one and ruin the life of another on his way out. Now, I will say, if this wasn't obvious enough, that where the system was supposed to step in, Baylor just completely circumvented it entirely. By law, hospitals are required to inform the National Practitioner Data Bank, or the NPDB, whenever a doctor is suspended. That way, as mentioned earlier, suspended doctors can't just get a job somewhere else. But because they let Dunch resign instead of being suspended or fired, he was able to not only walk away a free man, but continue practicing at a new hospital basically down the road. Where Baylor Medical failed to hold Dunch accountable, there was an even larger failure on the part of the supervisory board meant to govern the hospital in the state. The Texas Medical Board had a list of complaints in hand 10 months before Dunch's final surgery. In that time, he operated on 20 more people, but the board didn't suspend his license until after the damage was already done. And when prosecutors finally got involved and asked the medical board for help, they refused to cooperate because the board knew if this came out, it fell back on them too. Baylor Medical knew and helped him cover up, and the Texas board had all the complaints on hand and helped him cover it up. I wish I could say that Dunch was the lone outlier that the Texas Medical Board failed to catch, but in reality, he was just
There
the
was
most
like
devious
5 or 10 of
and
them.
the one who grabbed the national spotlight. In 2022, KXAN, an Austin news station, investigated the physician disciplinary records of Texas doctors between 2017 and 2022.
They found
What
a bunch
found
of them?
was shocking. 49
God.
practicing doctors in the state had their license suspended or revoked in other states, with some being repeat offenders in multiple states, meaning they would get their license suspended or kicked out of one state only to go to another and also be kicked out of that state. Some doctors had faced criminal charges for drunk driving, domestic violence, possession of a controlled substance, and, wait for it, operating a firearm while intoxicated. And 49 of those guys were still allowed to practice in the state of Texas. And look, I don't expect everyone to be perfect, okay? I'm not saying that people can't grow or change or improve. I'm not saying any of that. I'm a big believer that a lot of people deserve forgiveness, retribution, all that, right? And I'm assuming that you believe these things too. However, when it comes to people who, I don't know, do something like neurosurgery, for example, just random occupation, and these people cut you open and, they get to choose what body parts go where and rip stuff out, it would be nice to know if that person ever got violently drunk, committed domestic abuse, operated firearm, anything like that. Maybe. I don't want them to cut me open. Crazy thought. I just don't want to be under anesthesia while they are holding a very sharp knife next to me and cutting around all my important parts. I don't care how much money that makes the hospital, don't do that. And hypothetically, the Texas Medical Board agrees with that. They have an online physician portal for exactly this purpose, where patients can look for disciplinary actions handed down to the people whose hands they're putting their lives in, which is cool in theory, right? But the cases I just referenced, none of those incidents were reported on the Texas Medical Board's portal. So in other words, if you had a surgeon that was about to operate on you and you looked them up in the Texas Medical Board's portal to see if they had any infractions against them, these 49 doctors did have infractions against them, but they just wouldn't show up in your portal. When confronted with this report, the executive director of the Texas Medical Board, Stephen Carlton, credited himself with being aware of what he claimed was, quote, the vast majority of these cases. And while he called it unacceptable, I think we could have done without the pat on the back for almost knowing about all of the potentially dangerous doctors the state has allowed to practice medicine without warning potential patients. I mean, really, they ask him, they're like, hey, are you aware that 49 of these doctors in the state have these problems and people can't find that these problems exist? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm aware. Yep, I don't like it. It's like, okay. Is that all? In 2023, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed a bill with several mandates affecting the Texas Medical Board, including making it a Class A misdemeanor to lie on medical license applications, banning doctors from practicing in Texas who had their license revoked or suspended in other states, and requiring the Texas Medical Board to update the profiles of physicians on its website within 10 days after being alerted to any disciplinary actions. That's all awesome. If you got suspended in another state, you can't practice in this one, and the board has 10 days to update patients on potential disciplinary actions with people who are working with them. While this is a start, the unfortunate truth is that the American medical system is still deeply flawed, heavily motivated by financial gains and, of course, greed. That's probably hot news to you if you've ever had a serious health condition in the United States, but the details somehow make it even better. I'd also like to mention that there are plenty of good doctors out there who care about the people that they help. That's kind of the tragic thing about this. So many people want to be a doctor because they have experience with doctors, positive experiences growing up, of seeing a loved one or friend go through hospitals and remembering a kind face that helped them get or feel better. And people who want to track that for a career, who want to do good in the world, in the United States at least, and most other developed countries, have to go through this flawed system that's a for-profit venture. It's not impossible to find good people along a bad road. And for every bad egg, I'm sure that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of personal stories from people who literally owe their lives to the men or women who work their entire adult lives to be able to do just that. So I don't want today's story to take away from them, but it's still a bummer that for a lot of the institutions who employ these doctors, it's really not about doing good. It's about billing codes, reimbursements, and quarterly earnings. Baylor Plano and Dallas Medical Center were, as far as I can tell, never held liable for conscious actions or their own inaction. But as mentioned, Baylor Plano is now under new ownership and a new name, and thankfully some good did come from this horrible experience. Policy in at least one state that has changed for the better to protect patients from something like this ever happening again. So yes, this is a horrific, hopefully never repeated event in medical history, but at least it's one we learn from. And somewhat satisfyingly, Christopher Dunch, the so-called or self-called best surgeon in Texas, now holds just one title, prisoner 506-78453 in the Texas penitentiary system, exactly where he belongs. It's frustrating and awful to hear that people like this exist, and for so long were allowed to continue to wreak havoc on the lives of so many innocent people. But at least something of it came for the better, and hopefully people stay educated about this case so that mistakes like it don't happen again. But of course, I just like to talk to you all about these weird stories I hear about, and hopefully you enjoyed
it was good. It was really good. I really liked this one. Thank you, Wendigang. We'd like to sub to your channel. I appreciate it. It was good content from a stream.
Every video does better than the last, and that's so encouraging to see. And I really appreciate you all. I can't say thank you enough. Links to everyone who worked on the video will be in the description as always. Be sure to show some kindness to them. New videos every week, and I believe that should do it for now, but we just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye!
Bye.
VGC giving Death Stranding 2 5 out of 5 stars, saying that On the Beach is an epic big-budget sequel to Kojima's controversial cult classic. It offers a better story, an excellent cast of characters, and beautiful world to reconnect. Death Stranding 2 feels like the product of everything that's happened to Kojima since he left Konami, and it's easily one of 2025's very best. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach is an all-time great sequel and one of Hideo Kojima's best games. PlayStation Lifestyle giving it 10 out of 10, saying that Death Stranding 2 isn't the revolution the first game was. Instead, it refines almost all aspects of the original to make an excellent, well-polished experience.
Oh good, another walking
establishes
sim.
The Death Stranding universe and makes it a franchise in which I could see many more stories told. It might be Kojima's most well-rounded title to date, and it shows that he's still got the touch even as he enters his 60s. Dexerto, 5 out of 5 stars, saying that in every sense of the word, the follow-up is an improvement over the original. In many ways, it honestly makes the first Death Stranding come across as a tech demo, a mere proof of concept with how it evolves the formula and polishes every possible facet. Here we get Kojima's real vision executed seemingly without compromise, and it is utterly tremendous. But this praise for Death Stranding 2 right now is widespread. You have Jake Baldino of Before You Buy saying I like Death Stranding 2 more than the original. Starts off feeling samey, but quickly reveals fun gameplay improvements that I think fans will dig. The story is mostly paced much better than the OG. Sam is cooler, has more agency, crazy stuff happens, nice and weird, just how we like it. Gene Park of the Washington Post saying that Death Stranding 2 is Kojima's best writing in game since Metal Gear Solid 3. It is cleanest, most exciting narrative, and DS2 is Kojima Productions at the peak of their powers with robust cinematic set pieces and character moments that will keep you pushing through its mysterious plot full of surprises. This is another Kojima masterpiece. He's done it again, which this just paragraph right here is music to my ears. Then even IGN got on board this time around, a 9 out of 10 instead of the controversial scores that we saw with the first installment with this franchise. But very much so, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach has firmly planted its spot in the 2025 Game of the Year conversation, up there with other games that have gotten similar scores, such as Expedition 33, which I think is going to win a lot of these awards, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Split Fiction. And I guess you could throw in Monster Hunter Wilds, although those performance issues probably going to delete it from the conversation. But Kojima has done it again, it seems, and these scores are just absolutely amazing. 90 out of 100 top critic average, 97% of critics recommending this experience, lots of 9 out of 10s and 10 out of 10s. And say what you will, Kojima was talking, there were some interviews from people that are associated with Kojima Productions saying that, Kojima made significant changes to Death Stranding 2 because playtesters thought it was too good. He changed stuff in the script and the way some crucial stuff happens because he thought his work was not polarizing. Well, say what you will, it doesn't appear to be too polarizing. Or, well, the areas in which this game is polarizing, it's more headache-inducing. But very much so, I think we should get that Death Stranding, the first installment about 5 or 6 years ago now, 6 years ago. It was a very controversial release. A lot of people found it as a boring walking simulator. That was a lot of criticism that people had with it. And here we are 6 years later with a more refined experience, it seems, and a lot of people falling in love with it. And that is honestly fantastic to see. But yeah, back then, 79% of critics recommended. It was still pretty high scores, but there was a lot of conversation.
It's a single player game.
We really haven't had with a Kojima title, it feels like in a long time. So this time coming around, seeing Death Stranding 2 getting these glowing reviews, very nice to see. But there definitely is some mixed ones out there. A 6 out of 10 from Restart saying that On the Beach review, here we go again. That seems to be some of the criticism that we have from some of the detractors right now. It is that it's just more of the same, which I've seen in some of the positive reviews saying that if you're expecting a totally different experience, it's not that. And yeah, this one says that they didn't like the narrative. They said the antagonist is boring. The focus on combat takes away from the best parts of the game, but they say it's a beautiful and technical showpiece. Performances by the new and old cast are incredible. Walking around still feels good. And another negative review, well, not somewhat negative, 6.5 out of 10. Thanks Sam, but Princess Peach is in another castle. And yeah, in their review, they cite the same things. Pretty much, the gameplay does not evolve compared to the first game. It's repetitive and unnecessarily long. The story is unnecessarily complicated and uninteresting. Although unnecessarily complicated kind of just feels like Kojima DNA. And then, yeah, similar things. Excellent section with spectacular graphics, all the best acting, very good variety of scenarios and landscapes. Same frozen time, sound pretty much. But this is where things get a little bit different. because we have GameSpot to review. And now, when you think about criticisms with games, you think about like what those other, somewhat negative reviews were. They brought up points about the actual gameplay experience, things that didn't work for them. And I can respect those opinions because not every game hell, Red Dead Redemption 2, I bring this example up all the time, but there's a lot of people that consider it a very boring game and they just did not like the
I didn't like RDR2.
I consider it an all-time great experience.
I didn't. You guys are just young.
I think with any game you bring up, there's people
You're younger
that are
than
just
me.
not going to like it. And I can understand that, especially when we're talking about specifics with the
RDR2
game,
was it
story,
wasn't boring.
subjective things. But then we get to
It's
some of
just a
these
single
reviews
player
from
game.
outlets. These outlets do have power. I think people need to understand that. These are the ones that get these review codes. And a big outlet like GameSpot, you expect them to review this game on its merits, but then you get just mind-boggling stuff. This specific review is what I'm talking about. They say that Death Stranding 2 on the Beach is fixated on revisiting past ideas, which limits its impact to being a good but not great sequel, and they say it's tied up. That's what they call the review. It's not really a massively negative review, but I do take considerable issue when I see stuff like this in a review. The obsession with honoring past legacy also carries the baggage of some of the series' worst tropes, particularly around the betrayal of woman. Yes, we're doing this again, and if you don't know what I'm referring to, doing this again. We saw this happen with Screen Rant last year. They did that with Black Myth Wukong, in which they dedicated a massive section of their review just specifically on the fact that this game wasn't inclusive or diverse enough. And they actually specifically pointed this out as one of their main negatives with the game, saying it lacks in inclusivity and diversity. A game about a fucking monkey, man. It was mind-boggling back then, it's still mind-boggling now, but these outlets, they hold power. These reviews contribute to places like Metacritic and OpenCritic. We know that this games industry is fixated on those scores. And that's why these outlets do have power. They get these review codes, they get access weeks in advance, and then we get shit like this from this industry. And this is the type of stuff that deserves to be pushed back on. And if you don't, there are consequences. Consequences that we've seen in a number of sequels and follow-up experiences. Enabling these perspectives has pushed developers to pivot design to cater to it. And that is something that has plagued this industry the last number of years. Look at Dragon Age and Saints Row as prime examples. But yeah, let's continue on with GameSpot, specifically what they're saying with Death Stranding 2. The obsession with honoring past legacy also carries the baggage of some of the series' worst tropes, particularly around the betrayal of woman, which the first game was guilty of, okay? While I can't speak with authority about some of the sequel's plot lines, including one involving a phenomenon around childbirth, some scenes caused an exhausting deja vu. There's an unskippable photography minigame. This is what they're putting a massive criticism on, featuring 3 women posing in front of the camera. I think that was in some of the trailers too, as well as a central character who often takes her shoes off as crew members make a running commentary around this habit. The camera pans during cutscenes aren't as excessive as, say, the treatment around Quiet and Metal Gear Solid 5. Of course, we're bringing up all of Kojima's quote-unquote sins, but it also feels unnecessary. And since you're witnessing photorealistic depictions of real-life actors, it can slip into being a bit weird. And again, I bring this up because this isn't just like this one little paragraph mention. This is a core thing that they point out as a bad part of this experience. They say that questionable tropes around women. And again, I just find that astonishing to put that as one of the core complaints that they have with this game. A mini game that they didn't like because of their interpretation of it. It just really does remind me exactly of what we saw happen with Black Myth Wukong from Screen Rant. And there are many more examples of this over the years. I brought it up constantly. A lot of this cultural outside nonsense these outlets just love to bring on in. Now, the complaints about Kojima, Death Stranding 2, and the supposed isms, this is something that's been going widespread over on the old Blue Sky, which is an echo chamber at this point. We did see a former Kotaku or Polygon journalist, now they work at The Guardian, saying a while ago now, hey Kojima buddy, do you want to explain why men in your games get actual names like Sam and Higgs, while the women get concepts like Fragile or Rainy Tomorrow and Doctor? You want to talk about that, friend? You know exactly what they're hinting at there, what they're pretty much trying to accuse him of. And somebody did call him out, fortunately, saying that men, Dead Man, Heartman, Die Hard Men, women, Bridget, Lisa. So yeah, this perspective, just a personal bias that they threw out there. And we did see, like I said, it's just a lot of people have also been complaining about the fact that all of the review outlets, I guess mostly it's males that have written these reviews, one of which we saw a journalist saying, I clicked on 15 reviews for Death Stranding 2 on major publications and haven't found a single from a woman. Am I missing something? This is normal for video games media, especially with big games, but damn, usually I can find at least a few. Big prestigious publications are typically very bad about this. Love to hire literary white dudes for big games / stories. Anyway, about to actually start reading some of these reviews, and again, these outlets chose who they wanted to write this for, and I guarantee you, we've seen this with the breakdown of many games over the years. There's probably going to be about a 70% who are actually playing Death Stranding 2 are male, or maybe even more than that. Like, this is just a breakdown that happens with a lot of these big games and games of this nature. I know some people don't like to hear that, but that is the truth, especially when you look at the actual data. So another person saying, look, I'm sorry, but I will never not respect Kojima as a creator. I know he can't write women, and he loves to ramble, but F me, this dude knows what he wants, and what he wants is weird BS. Another individual saying, one thing I like to see dealt with in the next 5 years is the weird, vaguely Orientalist Japanese culture is different. So when games like Death Stranding or Yakuza treat women in weird, gross ways, we can't judge the Japanese devs because we don't get it. That's not true, it's gross. Again, find me an example of Death Stranding 2, and I don't want to hear about that stupid minigame. These individuals always latch on to these broad terms of saying this game is problematic, but they won't bring up actual examples. Because most of the time when they do so, everybody points out how stupid of an example it is. Person does continue, and I think this is another journalist saying, Kojima, if he's writing these games himself, doesn't want women to be characters. He wants them to be ideas, riffs on a theme or motive, but not really a human person. I think the closest he comes is Metal Gear Solid 2 or the boss from Metal Gear Solid 3, but outside of them, it's a real dumpster of bodysuits, and that is it. Male reviewers don't even see the issue most of the time, and anytime a woman criticizes this misogynistic characterization, they're bombarded with breathless descriptors of glorious Nippon and their historic culture steeped in blah blah blah. No, it's regressive attitude towards women, not a sacred right. We saw another individual, another journalist saying, is it that women have no patience for Kojima games, or is that just me? And that was their response to why there's no women, I guess, reviewing Death Stranding 2, which make of that as you will. Another individual saying, I think this is really important, specifically in the context of Hideo. She breathes through her skin Kojima's specific history of writing female characters. Another individual saying, considering the way Kojima writes / designs women or handles some topics, having only men reviewing the games is a big miss. How is he to blame for any of this? The publisher put out these review codes and the outlets decided who did this. It's crazy to me. While the qualities and defaults of the game may be critiqued by all, it increases the possibility of missing key points due to a lack of different ways of experiencing life. And guess what? Those reviews are going to come after launch. There's only 60 reviews right now, and I'm sure some of them are going to be negative and with crazy bullshit points that a lot of us are going to disagree with. And they'll be out there. And then there will be many others that will also emerge that will look at and say that, yeah, I agree with that perspective. These reviews will come. There will be hundreds, I'm sure. But right now we got the 60 or so, and that was decided by the big mainstream outlets, and somehow a GameSpot guy who just has to make a big complaint about a mini game. Like I said, some of these reviews, this process is totally broken right now. And the fact that it's still games media focused in this day and age is blasphemous. It's truly, honestly astonishing. This should be heavily favored to more influencers, YouTubers at this point, because that is primarily where audiences have pivoted these days. Say what you want, say what you will. Another individual saying, I generally like Kojima, but there's no denying how extremely bad he is at writing women at all times. Another individual saying, as excited I am for the game, I would have liked seeing more reviews from women because based on only on previews Kojima's given, Death Stranding 2 feels like it's doing that thing Kojima does with all his female characters except mom flavored this time. And again, these complaints direct them at the outlets, not Kojima. Another individual saying, I'm about 40 hours into Death Stranding 2, this is actual journalist, I work for a Canadian outlet, and as someone who didn't play the first game, it's been quite the experience. More thoughts on CBC Radio later this week, but for now, delivery, gameplay, good, constant surprises, story is idiotic, Kojima's woman characters...
Story is idiotic.
Like I said, games media, their opinion on so many games, and the fact that they keep leaning into this cultural stuff, it's just something I strongly disagree with, and it only continues. And since we did bring up Metal Gear Solid, this is something that Kojima has been tacked on for years. Metal Gear Solid 5, yes, Quiet is a sexist character, but mostly just stupid. Forbes wrote that one back around 2015, when a lot of these outlets back then were going into overdrive. It's kind of slowed down, I think, as of late, but my God, it was getting really bad a couple of years ago. And then in another Forbes article written by somebody
end of
else,
the
Guilt,
world.
Shaming Quiet Woman in Metal Gear Solid. You know exactly where this is going, but they do quote Kojima, saying in 2013, Hideo Kojima said he designed Quiet as an antithesis to the way women characters appeared in the past fighting game who were excessively exposed. He argued Quiet fits into the game's larger theme about misunderstanding, prejudice, hatred, conflict caused by the difference of language, race, custom, culture, and preference. And the best, like, Kojima has consciously chosen to make Quiet a symbol of sexuality, even as she doesn't seem to have any of her own, all as a way of showing how superficial people's responses to hollow signifiers can be, jumping at the sight of potentially offensive material and using it as a sawhorse for negating both the work and the person who made it. And the rest of this article kind of just goes on talking about Kojima and how he's problematic with women, with his games, like this one. Kojima's sense of sexuality and Metal Gear has always reflected a kind of joylessness. And yeah, like I said, these articles, these opinions, they have been around for a while now. Pace Magazine also.
Yeah, that's how he did the first Metal Gear Solid lady and all the ladies in it.
People forget the controversial nature of all these games.
He thinks of them as Russian
This
spies.
paragraph is just mind-blowing. If we take this speculative reading to be true, then we have a problem that seems much worse than the current critical discussion around Hideo Kojima's That-ism. If war is the stand-in for the designer in the Metal Gear Solid series, and war necessitates the perpetration of that type of violence against women in that universe, then there's nothing casual about it. Instead, it signifies that Kojima has nowhere left to go. Design/war has to change to stay new, to always be one step ahead of the player protagonist. And so the real question is not, how did Hideo Kojima land here, but rather, can Kojima think this way out of this? In the drive for new narrative elements, Kojima has written himself into a creative corner. What we're seeing isn't just the product of that type of worldview, but instead a designer who, in his attempt to invent, to push, to surprise his audience, ends up being, or going, to a powerfully regressive and brutally violent place. That is a powerful piece, which just mind-boggling, these perspectives that have existed for a while now, and continues to be perpetrated in articles like this. Because many of these individuals followed outlets like this, and it just continues to be said, even though I find it honestly astonishing and blasphemous in many ways. But even back in 2019, we had reviews like this one written by Vice, which complained about Hideo Kojima's misdeeds with the Metal Gear series, which continues to bleed into reviews with current-day Death Stranding 2. But yeah, in 2019, this is what Vice magazine was bringing up. They said they were only introduced to Kojima by some diehard Metal Gear fans with Guns of the Patriots, and found that game both impenetrable due to its self-reference and deeply off-putting things to its
Yup.
juvenile and sexist authorial voice and directorial gaze.
Yeah, I didn't like the
Stranding
fucking.
is hardly subtle, but
there
it's
was a, after a bit I
liberated
didn't
from
like
weight
the
of series history that Metal Gear increasingly struggled to
the
bear.
Colonel anymore.
And
I didn't
still
like the
has an
Colonel after a
objectifying
while.
camera.
He
It's no
really
longer
got
leering,
to
and
me.
the character designs are more functional than stylized or sexualized. I just find it crazy that this perspective is one that you don't hear with like male characters. It's only just with female characters. I just find it insane, especially with these games, you know, largely being played by a male audience. There is a want for stuff like this. And there's a reason why Metal Gear was so successful, and it is because of what Hideo Kojima, everything he did with those games. But very much so, we talk about this topic of sexualization of video game characters. The way that games media has talked about this for the last decade or so has been extremely hypocritical, especially between female versus male characters. I mean, we have PC Gamer, they ran this infamously a couple of years ago. Every dong in Assassin's Creed Odyssey rated. You won't see that with, you know, female breasts or any other, you know, that's just something that's outlawed. You can't have that, but male dongs, go for it, I guess. And then we even saw this one recently from PC Gamer. Gooner Game of the Year Stellar Blades mods are 41%, yeah, that word, ensuring gamers will never see the light of heaven. It is apparently always possible for there to be less clothing, almost complaining about this game because of it, you know, obviously steering and leaning into the male gaze, which, say what you will, there is an audience that want that. I don't see anything wrong with that, especially with there being a number of games that receive tons of praise for leaning into the female gaze. But for some reason, games media doesn't treat both the same way. And I think rightfully so, a lot in the gaming audience are calling these outlets out for it, and they deserve to be called out for it. But say what you will, I know a lot of people will run with, oh my god, that first one, the dongs, that's just a different journalist and all that. Well, this is the same guy. This is the same guy that wrote this one about Stellar Blade, complaining almost about it being too sexy. Well, he wrote, very handsome and beautiful withers, Baldur's Gate 3 mod turns your camp's ugly skeleton in a bona fide sex symbol. So very much so what this journalist from PC Gamer is saying is, this is okay, we endorse this, But, you know, Stellar Blade being sexy, that's problematic. And then another article, another example, also with Baldur's Gate, they talked about the hair sex scene. There's such an upward turn in momentum that the animator called his mom to show it off. She was like, that's weird. Should have pinned it to the fridge. Again, there's just a very big difference in tone. And again, a lot of people have been pointing this out for a while now. And then another PC gamer journalist, another one. They actually reviewed the PC port. They gave it a lower score. And again, their core, you know, complaint, again, it's the sexiness. Not my favorite rendition of sexy souped up soldier saving mankind. They gave it a 68. And then again, maybe people pointing out the hypocrisy that this same journalist is the one that's right now praising a game called Date Everything, which turns everyday household objects into gorgeous love interests. And now I can't look at my refrigerator the same way. And I just, mind-boggling stuff. And do understand that these outlets, these journalists, these individuals still hold a lot of power over the games industry, because those Metacritic, those OpenCritic review scores matter to the publisher. They matter to the developer. And until that changes and the platforms, we're going to continue to see stuff like this, and very much so criticism.
Oh, I'm done. No,
whether it be this bizarre GameSpot review of Death Stranding 2, or the Blue Sky accounts complaining about Kojima, and the many different articles over the years complaining about Metal Gear and women, or even what's happening with Stellar Blade and last year with Black Myth Wukong, and even with what happened with Dragon Age the Veilguard last year. There's just tons of hypocrisy all across the board. And for the last number of years, it seems like from games media, a lot of this criticism, this outrage has been met to, it's been dismissed overall. And I just find that truly unacceptable. But anyway, what do you make of Death Stranding 2, the reviews that are going out right now, especially with the GameSpot one? Let me know your thoughts on that down in the comment section below. But thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this. I'll see you later.
There it is. I'm done with them. Last one. Oh, thank God. Now I need the smoothie. The only one left is
you! Trouble finding dates. Are you a lonely
Oh, I've got to
virgin?
harvest snow in the coal.
Do you feel depressed? Unfrustrated? Then come join us at incels.is today.
Can you elaborate about incel?
What is the new word? Ansel? What is the word?
Insel. It's
Insel?
involuntary celibate.
Yeah.
I'm talking about these incel freaks.
When you say incels, involuntary celibate.
I've never kissed a girl. I haven't gotten anything.
So that's just a short form for fellas who can't get laid, can't have sex.
I would fight the bloodiest battle the world has ever seen and come back with no limits if it meant that would guarantee me an ugly fat chick for life.
Somebody is outside one of the doors.
What?
Through the door. Dispatch as many ambulances as possible.
There are as many as 40,000 incels, and the movement is growing.
It was Elliot Rodger who was the father of
basically the founding forefather of the entire movement.
Right.
Elliot Rodger decided to essentially commit an uprising, a beta uprising, if you will, against the Chads and the Stacys.
On Facebook,
The Chads and the
police say
Stacys.
the incel rebellion has already begun.
Many of those who call themselves incel identify with this man.
Incel
Some
rebellion.
even praising him. Self-described incels mostly congregate online. The common themes being anger.
Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution.
What?
The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm still a virgin. I've never even kissed a girl, and that's been very torturous. It's not fair. You girls have never been attracted to me.
Yeah, he was a little cutie.
Yeah.
The little murder. He was a little cutie.
I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it.
It's fucking hard out there for a pimp. I get it, but don't take a truck and run over a bunch of civilians because you can't get laid.
10 people died here today. How do you feel about that?
I feel like I accomplished my mission.
What?
Today I want to talk about incels who have been killing others. Incel is short for involuntarily celibate, meaning they want to get laid but they can't. And they're angry. And this group lives online, usually mostly on forums, on 4chan, Reddit, blah, blah, blah. Although most of the incels that live online don't go IRL in real life, a select few are going in real life and they're killing people. So there was a recent one that just happened.
Last night, the dark underbelly of a virtual world made real. Jake Davison described himself as an incel.
He was a troubled young man, unhappy with the hand life had dealt him.
I'm so beaten down and defeated.
A
God
theme of
damn
his
it, the
postings
trees
is his
really
belief that
hurt.
he is unattractive to women and unable to get a girlfriend. He also researched online the culture known as incels, men who, like himself, view their own bodies as loathsome.
On a balmy summer's evening, a motorist's dashboard camera caught a chilling moment in an unfolding horror. A figure crouches over a shot victim, a woman who later died in hospital. It began when he kicked open a door and shot dead his mother, Maxine. In a 12-minute rampage, crane operator Jake Davison shot dead 2 men, 2 women, and a 3-year-old girl.
And that's what made me look into this incel thing, and then I fell down the rabbit hole of the whole inceldom within the manosphere and the black pill and all of that. And so I want to talk to you about it. It all started with the, quote, king of the incels, Elliot Rogers, the supreme gentleman.
I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy.
What?
You throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men instead of me.
You don't have a good personality, buddy.
Gentleman. I am, in truth, the superior man, the true alpha male. All of you sexually active men, I hate you. I hate all of you. If I can't have you, girls, I will destroy you.
What?
I would stop at nothing to reduce every single one of you to mountains of skulls and rivers of blood. I'll be a god.
What are you talking about, you
Elliot Rogers
crazy
went
person?
on a, quote, day of retribution rampage, and he...
Elliot Rogers uprising. What did he do? I know he used a gun as well as a vehicle to convert the life status of certain individuals to a death status.
He killed a lot of people.
On the day of retribution, I am going to enter the hottest sorority house of UCSB. And I will slaughter every single spoiled
Roger killed 2 men inside his own apartment, all stabbed repeatedly. Roger then drove to the Alpha Phi sorority house, opening fire on young women in the area. Roger's next stop, Stella. Survivors say the suspect was smiling. Deputies chasing after him in his black BMW. The rampage ended with a crash.
It would appear as though he took his own life.
And he did all this just because he couldn't get paid. After Elliot Rogers did what he did, it created a ripple effect. You see, what is going on right now is a beta uprising against the Chads and the Stacys.
Elliot Roger decided to essentially commit an uprising, a beta uprising, if you will, against the Chads and the Stacys.
Beta.
Manassian, who boasted of being
Beta
an incel,
uprising.
used a van to knock down and kill 10 people.
Was the gunman who shot 2 women to death at a yoga studio a woman-hating incel? Scott Beerley spewed misogynistic hate on YouTube, making clear he loathed women for rejecting him.
They, in particular, are the epitome of arrogance.
So I slipped Euro Hypno when the opportunity shone.
Oh, he's worse than me.
You even threatened me, so I beat you brutally.
Yeah.
In this YouTube video, he paid tribute to Elliot Roger, a self-described incel.
We've got multiple gunshots.
And then you hear rapid fire again.
Multiple ambulances. On scene.
The shooter is Chris Harper Mercer, a student at the college. His life now the focus of a massive investigation.
Shocked is all I can say. I can't answer any questions right now. I don't want to answer any questions right now.
Oh my God, someone's shooting at Westgate. Hurry up, please.
And the search for the shooter.
What's your name? My name is Armando.
He tells the detective that he was bullied in school and wanted a relationship.
Feels like I've been humiliated here and there for like his past time. Had all been mad at me. Fire.
To get respect.
Yes, to get respect.
Now, to understand how we got here, we need to go back to the 90s, when the word incel was created. Real quick, I just want to say that this video is sponsored by me. Me. Hear me out, beanies. They're replicas of my tinfoil hat, except they're beanies. Beanies. I'll be sending them to you in a foil mailer, you know, for the tinfoil experience. Aluminum foil, I know, whatever. Beanies. Because oddly enough, incel was actually invented, the concept, by a queer, progressive, feminist college student in Canada. Her name is Alana, and she also couldn't get laid. On the Wayback Machine, the Internet Archive, it shows her little website from the 90s, Alana's Involuntary Celibacy Project. So she thought about several different things like perpetually single or late bloomer or non-bloomer. But then she settled on involuntarily celibate. She said, quote, I was trying to create a movement that was open to anybody and everybody. It was just people who couldn't get laid and wanted to get laid. She started a newsletter that was called Infcel, and that kind of, people had a hard time pronouncing it, so someone suggested just take the V out and call it Incel. And that was the name of her email newsletter that she would send out. And then that name kind of took a life of its own. Oddly enough, at the time that this thing was taking off, Alana was stepping back. She dated guys, she dated girls, and then she no longer identified as an incel. So
Okay, I've got to wait to craft these this thing, but I finally got the snow biome done. And explore the snow. So, okay, I think I'm done with the gate. I'm going to make something to eat and get something to drink, and I will be right back. Shut my door. I think I'll have a sandwich. Or a roll. dinners yesterday. It's a sandwich wrap. Am I done with this now? Explore the snow. Quite good. Wait, what? Anyways.
Gave the site away to a stranger, and that's when things changed. After Alana left her website, two forums began to gain popularity: incelsupport.com and loveshy.com. But there was a difference between those two forums. Incel Support was kind of like Alana's original website, very inclusive, strict moderators, no hate speech allowed. On the other hand, Love Shy started to become very angry. The posts, the moderators there were not strict at all. So it became a place where you could say what you want to say. And so all the angry people that maybe felt silenced on incelsupport.com went to Love Shy, and it became a different environment. It was
Notice they were like, and you're straight.
Overwhelmingly male and angry. What happened was an overlap, because the 4chan, trolling, shit posting, Reddit, that world began to overlap with people who identified as incels. 4chan is the final frontier in the wild, wild web. It really is the last kind of anything goes kind of place on the internet. So that community, part of those people felt like they were incels too. Incel forums started to kind of become like 4chan forums. In doing research for this video, I was joining different forums, I was reading a lot of posts, trying to get a feel for, the vibe of the situation. And There's a whole language, and it's crazy. It's pretty. Some of it you guys are gonna think is offensive, and don't shoot the messenger. I'm just telling you what I found. Okay, in the world of the inceldom, there is a hierarchy, a social hierarchy based on attractiveness. At the top are the Stacys and the Chads. These are the alphas. They're the most attractive. Everybody loves them. Everyone wants to look like them. Incels hate Chads and Stacys. They want the Stacys, but the Stacys want the Chads, so they hate the Chads. And they resent the Stacys for not wanting them.
So explain to me this movement. What's this movement about? It's basically a movement of angry incels, such as myself, who are unable to get laid. Therefore, we want to overthrow the Chads, which would force the Stacys to be forced to reproduce with the incels.
Right, okay.
Stacys and Chads are usually described as having white features. However, there are Chads and Stacys of all ethnicities, and there's names for them too in the incel world. Okay, in the incel language, a Tyrone is a black Chad. If you're a East Asian Chad, you're a Chang. South Asian is called Chadbrit. My personal favorite is an Arab Chad, which is a Chadam. So these are the whole Chads and Stacys, like the higher level, the best of the best. Beneath the Chads and the Stacys are the Beckys and the Brads. Now the Beckys and the Brads, they're attractive. They're just not as attractive as the Stacys and the Chads. The next rung, which is the normies. Normies are normal people, average, basic.
Normie means normal people. That would be anyone who is considered to be normal by the unfair standards of society. We don't necessarily wish to kill the normies, but we do wish to subjugate them.
Beneath the normies are the incels. The incels, they identify as the lowest rung, the untouchables if there was a caste system, right? And nobody wants them, and they're mad at the world. Now, just like there are different kinds of Chads, there are different kinds of incels. So first there is what they call a true cell. A true cell is an incel that has never ever had sex ever. Then there are fake cells. Fake cells are people who pretend to be incels, but they've recently had either a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a relationship, something. Then there are mare cells. Those are celibate people who are married. Probably a lot of mare cells. High cells are incels who aren't having sex with.
That's the worst one.
They have high standards, but this article says that they are not to be
probably really common too.
Cells, which is a man whose lack of height renders him an incel. And then if you're
like too short,
white supremacist who's an incel, you're known as a storm cell. Keeping with the racial thing, you know, the East Asian incels call themselves rice cells. The South Asian incels call themselves curry cells. And then there's the all-encompassing ethne cell. The thing with the ethne cells is they are usually obsessed with what they call white maxing, which is a type of looks maxing. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But white maxing is trying to fix your appearance to appear more white, which is going to fit in with the traditional Western standard of beauty, which they're all trying to adhere to.